taken to resolve NTBs has reduced to approximately 76 days.
We have so many micro and small entrepreneurs that cross the borders every day, and they're in millions in the East Africa community. As we all know, non-tariff barriers is a big barrier to free trade among the small businesses in this region.
Il est d'évidence que les barrières non tarifaires constituent une entrave majeure dans la mise en œuvre de la libéralisation du commerce dans la communauté est-africaine.
So, for purposes of easing monitoring and reporting of NTBs, we have introduced the mobile application. It has been adopted by the Sector Council on Trade.
Some of the categories that you can report using the NTB app include and are not limited to administrative issues, import ban, rules of origin issues, import licensing, lengthy or costly custom procedures, poor testing and inspection facilities, administrative fees and levies, that is excluding tariffs, lack of clarity on border procedures. If the complaint that you have is not listed, just click on Other to lodge your specific complaint.
We are very excited at the launch of the non-tariff barriers mobile application.
Il est d'une grande importance que la communauté puisse se doter d'un instrument utile et efficace pour la gestion des barrières non tarifaires.
This NTB hub is going to be a game changer within the East Africa community, simply because it is going to enable the traders to timely, using their mobile phones, report any trade barriers which they encounter.
We believe and hope that it will reduce quite a number of delays in reporting and elimination of NTBs. The beauty about the app is that it is hosted by the EAC and managed by the EAC. So it will be easy for us to administer in terms of receiving and reporting the NTBs.
Et de ce fait, cette application permet donc aux commerçants de suivre l'état des lieux de la plainte qui est déclarée.
It will be very helpful in terms of having a central point of view to see what has been reported and what is on ground.
While lodging these complaints, you'll be asked
My name is Annette Semwemba. I'm Deputy Secretary General in charge of Customs, Trade and Monetary Affairs at the EAC Secretariat. Over the last 20 to 25 years, Customs has evolved substantially from manual processes to initiatives now that embrace technology fully. For example, I recall from many years back, paperwork was manual. Now there's no more paperwork. It's all electronic regional cargo tracking systems. All these are interventions that didn't exist back in the day, but now support and facilitate customs to be able to do their work. The future is very bright. We have witnessed reduced turnaround times. We have witnessed a reduction in the cost of doing business. I can safely say that we will continue to experience even more benefits. Our trade facilitation initiatives will continue to be deepened, and this region will continue to prosper as an investment and business destination. My message would be further collaboration to identify what are the key areas that could be further enhanced in terms of deepening trade facilitation, and what resources development partners could make available to be able to support us and deliver on those areas that would have been identified.
Every day, thousands of passengers cross the skies above East Africa, from the savannas of Tanzania to the highlands of Rwanda, from the shores of Lake Victoria to the growing cities of South Sudan. Aviation connects people, trade, tourism, and opportunity. But before the engines roar, before the wheels leave the ground, there is a trust. Trust that the aircraft is sound. Trust that the skies are secure. Trust that someone, somewhere, has done the unseen work. Across the vast landscape of East Africa, from lakes to savannas, from growing cities to remote airstrips, aviation is more than movement. It's a connection, it's lifeline, and it's hope. And behind every safe flight, there are guardians. At the heart of this system is the East African Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency, known simply as CASOA. Aviation is one of the most regulated industries in the world, and for good reason. Safety and security are not optional. Globally, aviation standards are guided by the International Civil Aviation Organization, a United Nations agency that sets the rules for safe and secure international air transport. For East African nations, aligning with these global standards is critical and mandatory, not only to protect lives, but to ensure airlines can operate internationally, attract investment, and build confidence in the region's aviation system. That's where CASOA comes in.
My name is Francis Lichuma, currently acting as the Executive Director for East Africa Community's Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency, better known as CASOA. As air traffic increased in the region and aviation systems expanded, the EAC partner states recognized a shared challenge, that of maintaining high safety and security standards across borders. Rather than working in isolation, the partner states chose collaboration, and thus CASOA was established in the year 2007 as a specialized institution of the community, a shared shield for shared skies. The agency was created to support the harmonization of aviation regulations, provide technical support to partner states, and strengthen oversight capacity across the community.
CASOA's work is highly technical, but its impact is deeply humane. Primarily, the agency assists partner states in meeting their safety and oversight obligation and responsibilities under the Chicago Convention and its annexes. Second, the agency supports the development and harmonization of civil aviation regulation. Third, the agency provides training and capacity building of experts in the industry through workshops and technical programs. CASOA supports regulators, inspectors, and aviation professionals, ensuring they remain up to date with evolving global standards. Fourthly, CASOA has set up a Center for Aviation Medicine, the first of its kind in Africa, a model region center of excellence in aviation medicine, advancing safety, public health, and human performances through harmonized regulatory practices, evidence-based training, and innovative research across the East African community and beyond. The benefits of strong aviation oversight extend far beyond the runway. Safer skies mean stronger tourism, reliable air transport, boosts trade and regional integration. Investors gain confidence when regulatory systems are predictable and internationally recognized. By harmonizing standards across multiple countries, CASOA reduces duplication and fosters mutual recognition among national aviation authorities. Airlines can operate more efficiently within the region. Professionals can collaborate across borders. In land where distance can mean isolation, safe aviation means inclusion. It means opportunity. It means growth shared across borders. The aviation industry is evolving rapidly. New aircraft technologies, unnamed aerial systems, cybersecurity risk, and increasing passenger demand present both opportunities and challenges. The future demands more than compliance. It demands resilience, adaptation, continuous learning, and CASOA evolves within the industry, strengthening expertise, deepening regional cooperation, and preparing East Africa for a new era of aviation, because progress must never outrun safety. Region cooperation remains its greatest strength. By pooling resources and expertise, EAC partner states can meet global standards more effectively than by work alone. The future of aviation in East Africa depends on resilience, innovation, and trust. Every takeoff is an act of faith. Faith in engineering, faith in training, faith in system built to protect. Above the clouds, passengers may never know their names, but on every runway, in every control tower, across every border, the East Africa Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency stands watch as a guardian of the skies, ensuring that as East Africa rises, it does so safely, secured, and confidently.
In 2009, the East African Legislative Assembly passed the Inter-University Council for East Africa Act 2009. According to the Act, the Inter-University Council for East Africa, popularly known as IUCEA, is a strategic institution of the East African Community, mandated to coordinate the development of higher education and research in the East African region. The origins of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, IUCEA, can be traced to 1970, when universities of Makerere, Nairobi, and Dar es Salaam formed the Inter-University Committee, IUC, to facilitate research and collaboration among these East African universities.
In 1980, the vice-chancellors of the three universities, University of Dar es Salaam, Makerere University, and the University of Nairobi, thought that this inter-university committee is their baby. So they wanted to make sure that it functions well, and so they met in Nairobi. And they also invited their permanent secretaries who were responsible for education. And in that meeting, they resolved to strengthen that cooperation and to change the name of the Inter-University Committee into the Inter-University Council for East Africa.
The late Professor Nkunya laid the groundwork for the Federation of East Africa as a common higher education area in 2017, negotiated the Centers of Excellence project with the World Bank, and was very instrumental in building the new home for IUCEA. He also played a pivotal role in the development of a number of tools that inform quality assurance and qualification framework in communities. Such instruments and tools were fully supported by the IUCEA, and as a result, the East African Community was declared a common higher education area in May 2017. Today, IUCEA is where it is due to commitment of the partner states and the Council's leadership who have steered this institution beyond the borders of the East African Community.
Our global goal is that we want to see happening transformative higher education with a globally competitive, knowledge-based and industrialized economy for EAC integration.
The Common Higher Education Area Committees, as well as the Quality Assurance Committee,
technology in transforming regional trade with real-time visibility of cargo across our corridors and the use of a single guarantee from entry to exit point. The EAC bond has brought greater predictability and certainty to transit operations. It has significantly reduced turnaround time for bond replenishment, enhanced efficiency, and minimized the risk of revenue loss, marking a new era in trade facilitation within our region.
My name is Alhaj Jaf Abdallah, Vice Chairperson.
While we other transit guarantees served their needs at the time, the unique design of the single customs territory required a homegrown solution that made us think about development of our EAC regional customs bond. So we have done quite a lot, and the key milestone in the development of and application of the EAC bond dates far back in 2014, where the adoption of the COMESA Regional Customs Transit Guarantee was adopted as an alternative. And in December 2020, a number of studies were undertaken to particularly identify and determine the premiums of application of the EAC bond. Some of the recommendations that were adopted at the time were the premiums of between 0.4% and 1.3%, with a hybrid solution of covering risks under transit and the warehousing regime. So these were also adopted by the Sector Council in 2022, and we finally saw that the urgent need to now embark on the development of the system that will support the operationalization of the EAC bond. And so we engaged one of our technology partner, Bismarck Technology, And we came up with a solution.
The EAC bond harmonizes customs guarantees across partner states, leveraging regional technologies like the Cargo Tracking System, SCT centralized platform, and other monitoring tools. It embodies transparency, accountability, and innovation.
The EAC Bond Management Information System is one-stop digital environment, and it's hosted in the EAC data center. It links the players in the customs ecosystem, including revenue authorities, guarantors, clearing and forwarding agencies, and the private sector by integrating the partner states' customs and the guarantors systems. It is designed with high redundancy. It is encrypted, connected with real-time analytics, and supports 24/7 operations. It also offers full visibility and authorized users across the northern corridor and central corridor of the EAC. The system applies a unique and a programmable interface that enables seamless exchange of the data on the bond, execution, utilization, termination, and other management functions related to the bond, such as suspension and cancellation of the bond. Through its integration with ECTS, the platform receives the signals from the termination of the journey, which allows the automatic acquittal and also replenishment of the bond. The system allows the guarantor and issues the digital guarantees and receives the automated notification on the cargo status and the customs clearing on the real time. In addition, the system's dashboard provides consolidated analytics on the bond exposure, utilization, and the performance trends of for each partner states. It enhances the transparency, allows both customs and the regulators to track the life cycle of every bond for the assurance of the discharge audit trace, and enables within the whole ecosystem.
By merging financial, logistical, and compliance data under one digital umbrella, the EAC Bond MIS turns the vision of a paperless, automated, and trusted regional customs environment into reality.
The EAC bond has completely transformed the way we do business in the region. For the first time, we can track our goods from Mombasa to Kampala with full visibility. Every step is transparent and visible on one dashboard in real time and in any place. The bond is a showcase of the fusion of technology and policy to facilitate trade, from days of paperwork, phone calls, long journeys along our corridor. A business transaction can now be conducted and concluded virtually within minutes. The business community has realized bigger savings in terms of time, costs, and there is greater trust between customs and business community. For those of us who have been in business for many years, the EAC bond is a long-awaited milestone for the regional trade.
The EAC bond marks a new chapter in the management of customs guarantees within the East African community. The bond represents our collective capacity to innovate and act as one region in managing trade risks. The shared intelligence will enable faster decision-making, strengthen compliance, and ensure that trade facilitation does not compromise revenue security.
My name is Charles Mwembezi. I'm the chairman of the Uganda Freight Forwarders Association and also the president of the Federation of East African Freight Forwarders Association. The EAC bond will greatly enhance efficiency and confidence within our regional trade corridors. By harmonizing systems and procedures, it frees up working capital for traders, simplifies compliance processes, and improves the overall competitiveness of East African firms. Ultimately, it lowers the cost of doing business and strengthens our position in the global value chain.
But secondly, and most interestingly, no paperwork. With this document, it is fully electronic. This bond only has a reference number on your document. Now, this obviously has had a lot of impact to us. Just by approximation and looking at how much was held up in the fragmented systems, approximately $2 billion has been released into the economy. That is definitely good news for our traders and our partner states, because it means with every freed dollar, this is reinvested, it's recapitalized, it is used to re-energize our trading sector.
Trademark Africa is pleased to have partnered with the EAC in developing the EAC bond, as well as the single customs territory instruments to which the bond is grounded. The bond is going to be a game changer within the East Africa, given the fact that traders will be required to obtain a single bond to move goods across different borders, along corridors, and different countries within the community. This bond will reduce time and the costs to traders, which will definitely improve their profit margins. This will lead to improved incomes and livelihoods for the common citizens of East Africa.
So the launch of the East African Customs Bond demonstrates the strength of partnership advancing regional integration. We commend the collaboration between the East African community and Be Smart in developing this innovative regional customs guarantee. Through the East African Customs Bond, traders will now use one regional bond instead of multiple national bonds. This will reduce the cost of transit, it free up capital, and enabling the faster movement of goods across our borders. This is a practical step towards making trade within East Africa more efficient, competitive, and seamless.
The launch of the East African Community Bond is a testament of what is possible when regional economic communities partner with a Pan-African multilateral financial institution like Afreximbank to unlock trade, reduce costs, and accelerate regional integration. The EAC bond will be backed by the $1 billion United States dollars Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme, which seeks to facilitate the seamless movement of goods throughout the continent under a single technology-enabled transit bond. Afreximbank seeks to collaborate with regional economic communities and provide them with underwriting capacity rather than compete with them. The EAC bond will not only facilitate the movement of goods in the region, but also provides a solid foundation for establishing a continental transit guarantee scheme that will facilitate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement.
Of course, we are very grateful because without our partner states, this would not have been possible. But even more so with our esteemed partners that have helped us walk through this journey. By this, we are thinking about Trademark Africa, Be Smart Technologies, and the Afreximbank. Thank you very much to our partners for working with us on this journey.
Chigozi Chisitu is my name, Commissioner Customs, Uganda Revenue Authority. We have successfully piloted the EAC bond and witnessed firsthand its ability to leverage technology in transforming regional trade with the real-time visibility of cargo across our corridors and the use of a single guarantee from entry to exit point. The EAC bond has brought greater predictability and certainty to transit operations. It has significantly reduced turnaround time for bond replenishment, enhanced efficiency, and minimized the risk of revenue loss, marking a new era in trade facilitation within our region.
My name is Alhaj Jaf Abdallah, Vice Chairperson, East African Community Authorized Economic Operators Association, and the Business Development Director of Federation of Clearing and Forwarding Associations of Sovereign Africa. From a business perspective, the EAC bond is a breakthrough that will unlock capital previously tied up in multiple guarantees, allowing us to invest and expand our enterprises. By cutting the cost of securing goods transiting our corridors by more than half, it enhances profitability, stimulates new investments, and strengthens the business competitiveness.
From January 2026 this year, we have launched the East African Community Customs Bond. This is a single, one regional guarantee, enabling our traders to move their goods across the region. Remember, with the fragmented customs guaranteed across every partner state, it meant that credit was held up, it meant that trade was slow, and it meant that the cost of doing business was expensive. Now, with the regional guarantee, it means that we have a customs security. Our customs authorities are guaranteed to collect their duties and payments from a single source.
My name is Annette Semwemba. I'm the Deputy Secretary General in charge of Customs Trade and Monetary Affairs here at the EAC Secretariat. The EAC has well-developed legal and policy framework to guide customs and trade-related matters. We have a number of acts, but the mother act is the Customs Management Act. And to facilitate trade, you'll be aware of OSBPs that we have at the border. So we have an OSBP Act, we have an NTB Elimination Act, we have regulations to govern all of these different legal instruments. So that sort of summarizes the various regulatory acts that we have. We have an SQMT Act, we have acts on standards, so it's really fully very, very well developed. At the partner state level, I also want to confirm that partner states are implementing an electronic single window that is regional, allowing for the seamless exchange of information. We have a centralized platform that allows customs authorities to exchange messages in a timely manner to allow for processing of customs-related documentation. We have an electronic cargo tracking system that allows for us to be able to monitor cargo from the main entry points into the region all the way until the end of the corridors, both the northern and central corridor, and many other such developed tools, instruments, and working procedures to enable us facilitate customs and trade.
With the adoption of the SCT in 2013 and its operationalization in 2014, one of the key components is the destination model, where customs revenue is collected by the destination partner state and clearance of goods is done at the first point of entry into the community. Some key achievements have been registered.
Previously, customs documentation would be required in all partner states through which the goods passed. For example, imports to Rwanda through Mombasa would require customs declaration in Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. With single customs territory in place, a customs declaration for the same destination is now required to be made only once in Rwanda and shared electronically with Kenya and Uganda to reduce duplication. This has resulted in a 50 to 75% reduction in customs documentation, hence enhancing efficiency in terms of cost and time. The EAC bond marks a new chapter in the management of customs guarantees within the East African community. The bond represents our collective capacity to innovate and act as one region in managing trade risks. The shared intelligence will enable faster decision-making, strengthen compliance, and ensure that trade facilitation does not compromise revenue security.
My name is Juma Hassan. I'm the Commissioner for Customs in the Tanzania Revenue Authority. Introduction of electronic cargo tracking systems in the East African countries' member states have increased transparency in that it has allowed real-time tracking of transit goods, but also has minimized theft and diversion of the transit goods, but also has improved security and has boosted revenue out of monitoring of the transit goods. For example, in the year 2023-24, the government of Tanzania was able to recover 3.2 billion shillings in terms of revenue, which is equivalent to $1.3 million out of intervention in the transit goods.
Before the single customs territory, customs management systems in partner states operated independently and were not interconnected. With the implementation of single customs territory, customs management systems across the partner states were interconnected and enabling real-time sharing of customs trade data. Between 2024 and 2025, approximately 3.5 million electronic data exchanges were recorded among customs systems. Single customs territory eliminated duplicate data entry of national records and significantly reduces inconsistencies across partner states. Partner states now assess they use a single harmonized set of customs data for goods cleared within the region. This has minimized data entry errors, improved the quality of trade data, cargo reconciliation across the community has been significantly enhanced. This digital backbone is central to single customs territory success.
The EAC bond emerged from the single customs territory, where goods are cleared once and circulate freely under customs control. It provides a single regional guarantee with a shared digital platform connecting partner states' customs administrations, insurance companies, and financial institutions.
My name is Flavia Businje, Director Customs at the East African Community Secretariat here in Arusha, Tanzania. The use of a single customs regional bond system is one of the principles under the pillar on free circulation of goods, and it is specifically under the framework on the attainment of the single customs territory. The framework, which aligns with the East African Customs Management Act, Part 9 of the Act, was adopted by the Council of Ministers in 2013. And the purpose of this EAC bond is to secure customs duties on non-duty paid goods moving across the EAC transit corridors. While we other transit guarantees served their needs at the time, the unique design of the single customs territory required a homegrown solution that made us think about development of our EAC regional customs bond. So we have done quite a lot, and the key milestone in the development of and application of the EAC bond dates far back in 2014, where the adoption of the COMESA Regional Customs Transit Guarantee was adopted as an alternative. And in December 2020, a number of studies were undertaken to particularly identify and determine the premiums of application of the EAC bond. Some of the recommendations that were adopted at the time were the premiums of between 0.4% and 1.3%, with a hybrid solution of covering risks under transit and the warehousing regime. So these were also adopted by the Sector Council in 2022, and we finally saw that the urgent need to now embark on the development of the system that will support the operationalization of the EAC bond. And so we engaged one of our technology partner, Bismarck Technology, and we came up with a solution.
The EAC bond harmonizes customs guarantees across partner states, leveraging regional technologies like the Cargo Tracking System, SCT centralized platform, and other monitoring tools. It embodies transparency, accountability, and innovation.
The EAC Bond Management Information System is one-stop digital environment, and it's hosted in the EAC data center. It links the players in the customs ecosystem, including revenue authorities, guarantors, clearing and forwarding agencies, and the private sector by integrating the partner states' customs and the guarantor systems. It is designed with high redundancy. It is encrypted, connected with real-time analytics, and supports 24/7 operations. It also offers full visibility and authorized users across the northern corridor and central corridor of the EAC. The system applies a unique and a programmable interface that enables seamless exchange of the data on the bond, execution, utilization, termination, and other management functions related to the bond, such as suspension and cancellation of the bond. Through its integration with ECTS, the platform receives the signals from the termination of the journey, which allows the automatic acquittal and also replenishment of the bond. The system allows the guarantor and issues the digital guarantees and receives the automated notification on the cargo status and the customs clearing on the real time. In addition, the system's dashboard provides consolidated analytics on the bond exposure, utilization, and the performance trends of for each partner states. It enhances the transparency, allows both customs and the regulators to track the life cycle of every bond for the assurance of the discharge audit trace, and enables within the whole ecosystem.
By merging financial, logistical, and compliance data under one digital umbrella, the EAC Bond MIS turns the vision of a paperless, automated, and trusted regional customs environment into reality.
The EAC bond has completely transformed the way we do business in the region. For the first time, we can track our goods from Mombasa to Kampala with full visibility. Every step is transparent and visible on one dashboard in real time and in any place. The bond is a showcase of the fusion of technology and policy to facilitate trade, from days of paperwork, phone calls, long journeys along our corridor. A business transaction can now be conducted and concluded virtually within minutes. The business community has realized bigger savings in terms of time, costs, and there is greater trust between customs and business community. For those of us who have been in business for many years, The EAC bond is a long-awaited milestone for the regional trade.
The EAC bond marks a new chapter in the management of customs guarantees within the East African community. The bond represents our collective capacity to innovate and act as one region in managing trade risks. The shared intelligence will enable faster decision-making, strengthen compliance, and ensure that trade facilitation does not compromise revenue security.
My name is Charles Mwebembezi. I'm the chairman of the Uganda Freight Forwarders Association and also the president of the Federation of East African Freight Forwarders Association. The EAC bond will greatly enhance efficiency and confidence within our regional trade corridors. By harmonizing systems and procedures, it frees up working capital for traders, simplifies compliance processes, and improves the overall competitiveness of East African firms. Ultimately, it lowers the cost of doing business and strengthens our position in the global value chain.
But secondly, and most interestingly, no paperwork. With this document, it is fully electronic. This bond only has a reference number on your document. Now, this obviously has had a lot of impact to us. Just by approximation and looking at how much was held up in the fragmented systems, approximately $2 billion has been released into the economy. That is definitely good news for our traders and our partner states, because it means with every freed dollar, this is reinvested, it's recapitalized, it is used to re-energize our trading sector.
Trademark Africa is pleased to have partnered with the EAC in developing the EAC bond, as well as the single customs territory instruments to which the bond is grounded. The bond is going to be a game changer within the East Africa, given the fact that traders will be required to obtain a single bond to move goods across different borders, along corridors, and different countries within the community. This bond will reduce time and the costs to traders, which will definitely improve their profit margins. This will lead to improved incomes and livelihoods for the common citizens of East Africa.
So the launch of the East African Customs Bond demonstrates the strength of partnership advancing regional integration. We commend the collaboration between the East African community and Be Smart in developing this innovative regional customs guarantee. Through the East African Customs Bond, traders will now use one regional bond instead of multiple national bonds. This will reduce the cost of transit, and free up capital, and enabling the faster movement of goods across our borders. This is a practical step towards making trade within East Africa more efficient, competitive, and seamless.
The launch of the East African Community Bond is a testament of what is possible when regional economic communities partner with a Pan-African multilateral financial institution like Afreximbank to unlock trade, reduce costs, and accelerate regional integration. The EAC bond will be backed by the $1 billion United States Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme, which seeks to facilitate the seamless movement of goods throughout the continent under a single technology-enabled transit bond. Afreximbank seeks to collaborate with regional economic communities and provide them with underwriting capacity rather than compete with them. The EAC bond will not only facilitate the movement of goods in the region, but also provides a solid foundation for establishing a continental transit guarantee scheme that will facilitate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement.
Of course, we are very grateful, because without our partner states, this would not have been possible. But even more so with our esteemed partners that have helped us walk through this journey. By this, we are thinking about Trademark Africa, Be Smart Technologies, and the Afreximbank. Thank you very much to our partners for working with us on this journey. 25 years ago, the East African community was re-established with a vision to creating a prosperous, secure, competitive, and politically united region. Today, our family of three has grown to 8, bonding together over 300 million citizens into one vibrant community. Our journey of integration has yielded remarkable achievements, transforming lives and offering opportunities that are boundless to all. Through one-stop border posts, robust cross-border infrastructure, harmonized education systems, and a single customs territory, we have revolutionized how our people trade, learn, and grow. Today, our integration touches every aspect of East African lives. A trader from Kampala seamlessly moves goods to Mombasa. Through mutual recognition agreements, a South Sudanese engineer practices in Kenya. With the East African Community Single Tourism Visa, a tourist can explore Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda as one destination, boosting our regional tourism and economic growth. Whether you're in the energetic streets of Nairobi or the melodious, rhythmic streets of Kinshasa, the serene hills of Kitega or Kampala, the rising towers of Juba, the green valleys of Kigali, the coastal shores of Mogadishu, or the golden plains of Dodoma. Join us as we celebrate our achievements, reflect on our challenges, and chart an even stronger future for our community. Together, we are the East African Community. One people, one destiny. Jumuiya moja.
Afrika Mashariki 25 years ago, the East African community was re-established to bring unity, prosperity, and peace to the region through deeper integration. Today, as we celebrate its Silver Jubilee, we reflect on the progress made and look ahead to the future. The vision of one people, one destiny continues to drive the East African community. The East African Community, EAC, also known as Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki in Kiswahili, was first established in 1967 and later dissolved in 1977 before being re-established in the year 2000. The community has since grown from the initial 3 states to the current 8 states. The partner states are the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Republic of Burundi, the Republic of Kenya, the Republic of Rwanda, the Federal Republic of Somalia, the Republic of South Sudan, the Republic of Uganda, and the United Republic of Tanzania. The EAC has its headquarters on the Afrika Mashariki Road in Arusha, Tanzania. The founding nation's vision was clear: a united East African bloc working together through economic integration and regional cooperation to address regional challenges, trade barriers, political instability, and economic isolation.
25 years, it means that for a quarter of a century, we have reworked, we came back together, we rejigged our vision, and we looked back and we said, yes, we started the first time, we didn't get everything right, but we can do it a second time because we've learned our lessons. And therefore, 25 years means a reflection of look how far we've come, look how much we've succeeded. Perhaps we never take time to really reflect on the journey, but the fact that we hold passports written East African Community, the fact that when I need to attend a meeting from here in Arusha to Kigali, I can drive all the way. The fact that we are dealing with common problems basically means that we've come a long way. We have seen that what brings us together is more than what divides us.
Tremendous progress has been witnessed in all partner states as envisioned by the 4 EAC integration pillars, namely the customs union, fostering free movement of goods, the common market, facilitating the movement of goods, people, services and capital, the monetary union, aiming for harmonized monetary and fiscal policies, and the long-term goal of a political federation for enhanced political integration.
Kimsingi kwa sasa hivi kutokana na huu wigo mpana uliofunguliwa na hizi Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, yani free movement of people ama labor ama ajira, mfano walimu wa Tanzania wanaofundisha Kiswahili wanaweza kufanya kazi Rwanda.
The East African community prides itself as one of the fastest growing regional economic blocs in the world thanks to the customs union established in 2005. By working towards the elimination and addressing non-tariff barriers, NTBs, the EAC has made great strides in creating a unified trade space, making it easier for goods to move freely across borders.
We've been going to these all East African states, getting ideas, exchanging talents, learning new innovation from each other. In fact, this has created jobs and has opened the way.
The EAC continues to refine policies to ensure that every member state adheres to agreed regulations, creating a more efficient and transparent trade environment.
The East African community is the most integrated bloc within Africa. We have set the pace, and as a community, we urge our citizens, we urge our stakeholders to get involved, to take advantage of the protocols that have been signed, to explore this region so that this region is a force to reckon. One-stop border posts. I think the region's aim is to increase from the current 13 to many more, to increase efficiency at border crossings. But of course, we have to continue leveraging technology. We have to continue providing information, capacity building, simple initiatives such as translating documents into languages that our cross-border traders can understand.
With the launch of the Common Market in 2010, East Africans were given the freedom to move, live and work across the region. With a common East African passport, the borders have become bridges to new opportunities.
In 2014, the heads of state directed for an establishment of the single customs territory. That was one of the flagship projects that really kicked off trade facilitation within our community.
Since then, we used to have a turnaround time of 21 days across the corridors, both the central corridor and the northern corridor. And with the establishment of the single customs territory, time reduced from 21 to 4 days right now.
Today, East Africans can work across borders, access education in new markets, seek employment opportunities and contribute to the growing regional economy.
Came here since January to study English languages in Makerere University. The first thing, the people that are friendly to us. We are the foreigners come from Sudan, and they teach us the benefit. Before I came here, I cannot be able to contact with people. I cannot be able to communicate with the people.
Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki imetusaidia sana, imetuunganisha na imetuleta pamoja na nchi mbalimbali. Kwa mfano hapa shuleni kwetu Arusha Meru, tuna wanafunzi kutoka nchi mbalimbali, tuna wanafunzi kutoka Kenya, tuna wanafunzi kutoka Uganda, Rwanda, na imetuleta pamoja, imetuweka pamoja na imetufanya tushare elimu yetu kwa pamoja. Naomba jumuiya iendelee ili tuweze kuunganisha mshikamano wetu.
Tourism has flourished as East Africa has been marketed as a single destination, attracting visitors from around the globe. The regional infrastructure has transformed the way people and goods move, as well as efficiency of services offered.
We've been able to connect people through establishing 10 regional corridors, and a lot of development has gone through these corridors. The corridors total to about 15,000 kilometers, and out of that, EAC has been in the 25 years able to add about 5,000 kilometers onto the network, in addition to the efforts of partner states. East African Community, together with their partner states, are planning another 4,000 kilometers of standard gauge railway, in addition to the rehabilitation of the meter gauge railways, which was established during the colonial times. And this will transform movement of logistics in the region and enhance our economy at large.
With one-stop border posts reducing crossing times by up to 70%, businesses are thriving, and the free flow of goods is enhancing economic growth.
The mutual benefits are immense, and I will start with a sense of belonging. This is a community of over 300 million people. Individual states on their own, I think, don't have the benefit of population, don't have the benefit of such a large GDP. So that's, for me, one key mutual benefit. But secondly, each partner state benefits from the protocols that have been agreed by the partner states.
When you look, for example, the trade over 25 years has actually significantly increased. Why the trade has been increasing among the EAC partner state? It is because of the removal of tariff, where, for example, the EAC originating goods can move without paying tariff when they are crossing the borders.
Jumla kuwepo kwa Jumuiya Mashariki kumetusaidia sana si wafanyabiashara, kwa sababu wakuta tunaagiza mizigo, yani inavukishwa inakuja na bila changamoto zozote, unaona. Alafu pia hata mikutano inapokuja kufanyika hapa Arusha, pia tunapata wageni ambao wanakuja kulala kwenye mahoteli, ambapo sisi kama wafanyabiashara tunapata kazi ya kusupply kwenda kwenye hao mahoteli ambao wanafikia.
Lakini pia wanavyokuja na sisi tunavyoenda nchi hizi za Afrika Mashariki, zina faida, tunaziona faida. Wanakuja kwetu wanachukua mali na tunaenda kwao tunachukua mali.
Regional tourism has been elevated through joint marketing efforts, promoting East Africa as a global destination. Mobile banking and the One Network area have made financial services more accessible, with the time taken by trucks to move around the region reducing significantly due to digitalization.
We have taken use of technology as an accelerator or as an enabler to make us achieve our digital integration, or to make us achieve our EAC integration agenda. So through that, all our pillars of integration are driven by the technology. We are using technology to make sure that the customs movement of goods and services across the borders can be easily seen. We embarked on using the electronic cargo tracking system, which monitors and creates the security for the goods that are moving within our region or the corridors of transport. Before using the tool, we would lose the goods within the region. We would not be able to track the goods that are coming from Mombasa, for instance, to Uganda, to Rwanda, to Bujumbura. But today, 100% all cargo that is moving within the corridors of transport is monitored. It would take 21 days moving goods from Mombasa, for instance, to Kigali, around more than 11 to 10 days or more to Kampala. But today, we have reduced from 21 days to 6 days turnaround time. It has helped the even business sector. For your information, before, you would give a driver money and you expect he would stay out of the country 21 days. But today, you know, his transport, his logistics takes 6 days maximum. So even doing business, it has affected positively. I would also mention that it has created more jobs. Because of turnaround, many people are trusting the system, have bought many trucks, and now many drivers have been recruited.
Kwenye Afrika Mashariki, bado wanawake hatujawa wengi, ila tunashukuru sana sapoti zenu kama serikali, kama wafanyabiashara mnatusapoti, tunashukuru sana. Ya kufurahia yapo kwa sababu tumeshajenga tena tumeshafikia ndoto zetu kupitia Afrika Mashariki, wametusapoti sana.
The EAC's journey towards full integration continues with the ongoing development of the monetary union. A single currency for the region is in the pipeline, which will eliminate currency exchange risks and create a stable financial environment across East Africa.
Eventually, what the idea was that within a certain time frame, now estimated to be about 2031, this region should have one common currency.
The East African member states or partner states have set up this framework called the One Network Area, where currently we have managed to harmonize voice calls across the partner states, and this enables ease of running businesses across the East African region.
While economic integration is key, the EAC's vision also includes a political federation, a goal that will ensure stability, security, and cooperation among East African nations. The EAC has already played a critical role in maintaining peace and security in the region through joint peacekeeping missions and regional security agreements. The community has also gone through various challenges, including pandemics like COVID-19 and Mpox, but due to political goodwill and unity of purpose, it has triumphed.
Diseases and pandemics are borderless, and therefore we are behoved to have an integrated approach to dealing with them. COVID-19 taught us that diseases don't wait at the border. This preparedness tells us that we are commonly approaching and holding each other's hands to move.
To ensure the smooth running of EAC activities in line with the community's mandate, the EAC Secretariat works in harmony with the other two organs, the East African Court of Justice and the East African Legislative Assembly, EALA. The East African Legislative Assembly, EALA, is the legislative organ of the community. EALA has a cardinal function to further EAC objectives through its legislative, representative, and oversight mandate.
EALA has to consider bills and pass them. Once the bills are introduced, they can be brought by East African Council of Ministers, or EALA member of parliament can bring bills which will be called the private member's bill. And once the bills are passed, they have to be sent to the head of state, to the summit, to be assented to.
On the other hand, the East African Court of Justice is the principal judicial organ of the community and ensures the adherence of the interpretation and application of the law in compliance with the EAC Treaty.
Now we have almost 2 cases which have been filed by one partner state against another partner state. So we have received almost only 2 cases filed by a partner state against a partner state within these 23 years. We have also received only almost one case, which is filed by a partner state against the community. We have received that case from a partner state against the community. That's another access to this court. Another one is the natural and also individuals who also can access this court. And here we have many cases under Article 30 of the treaty.
The apex EAC organ is the summit, which comprises of the leaders of the partner states, who are the heads of state and government.
Mr. Chairperson, I wish to take this opportunity to commend you for your continuing efforts to spearhead objectives of the community in strengthening and deepening our integration agenda. According to various assessments on the status of regional economic integration in Africa, EAC is ranked the best performing regional economic community. This shows how strong our community is and how committed the people of East Africa are in furthering the integration, something we should all be proud of.
The summit is the anchor. It is really the vision, it is the driver's seat, it is where the political will rest, it is where the foresight, the vision rests of the community. And that is an organizational structure element of it. But there is also the meeting of the presidents, and during these meetings is where they discuss pertinent issues and priority areas and give directions as to how we need to advance and how we need to develop this into fully fledged integration agenda.
As the EAC celebrates 25 years under the theme Promoting Trade, Sustainable Development, Peace and Security for Improved Livelihoods, the future looks brighter for the East African Community member states.
As the EAC marks 25 years, we celebrate the expanded market opportunities that have been offered. We celebrate the opportunities for our people to be able to move within the region unhindered. We celebrate the vast resources and culture that we celebrate as a region, and we look forward to expanding. We look forward to expanding trade opportunities. We look forward to getting our citizens involved.
We have come a long way. We are no longer young, we are no longer teenagers, but we are not yet adults. It means we are at the right spot. At 25 years old, you're bursting with energy, you have great plans, you have great aspirations, you have great energy. At 25 years, the EAC is bustling to put together the energy, the vibrancy, the commitment to move forward the integration agenda. EAC at 25 means that we are committed to deepening and widening our integration to ensure that we go towards one people, one destiny. We are really happy to be 25.
In order to ensure a futuristic approach, the community has adopted various sustainable development measures to deal with the ever-evolving and emerging issues. The youth, who form approximately 70% of the EAC population, are being empowered to fully participate in the EAC integration process and exploit the opportunities arising from it. Their efforts will immensely shape the EAC story in the next 25 years.
It is with great honor that I welcome you all to this high-level side event commemorating the 25th anniversary of the East African Community under the theme EAC at 25, a reflective journey and future aspirations. Today, we gather in Arusha not only to celebrate our past achievements and milestones in the community's integration journey, but also to chart a path forward to a peaceful coexistence and embrace innovation and digital transformation as pivotal enablers of our regional economic integration.
Lakini juzi tumetoka Baku COP29 ambapo Afrika iliweka presentation yake na tukasema tunahitaji kama 1.3 trillion dollars, lakini kilichopatikana ni 300 billion dollars. Kwa niseme kwamba kwenye haya mambo ya mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, lazima sisi kama community tujifunge wenyewe.
Pan-Africanism is that it will solve the problem of prosperity for our people by creating a big market for them where they can sell what they produce without limit. Now the second one is that strategic security, to guard us against all threats from wherever, and using the undugu that God gave us. We are lucky. All these people we are talking about are either similar or the same. And in the case of East Africa, we have got even Swahili, which is a common language.
Kenya is invested in supporting the peace, the security, the stability of our region, and we will spare no effort in deploying our capabilities, our abilities to secure our region as we focus on what helps us to grow.
By aligning with East Africa's frameworks, we've begun harmonizing our trade policies and removing barriers that previously limited our ability to fully participate in the regional markets. The Somali government has already created an enabling environment through investment-friendly laws in place, such as the Investors and Investments Protection Law.
Le Burundi est un fervent défenseur du renforcement du commerce transrégional au sein de la communauté est-africaine, et à cet effet, la suppression des barrières non tarifaires s'avère être une priorité.
Are you encountering an NTB? NTBs, better known as non-tariff barriers, have been known to hinder easier movement of goods within our borders. And with these challenges, the EAC
the
has
technical team at the back.
The NTB report.
Just an announcement to the technical team at the back. The noise is a bit high. The sound is high for the summit members. So kindly reduce the volume a bit so that they can have an ample environment for the discussions. And the progress is good, so those who are outside could come in and take your seats, because I think in the next couple of minutes our heads of states will be coming in. So we'll not have any more entertainment going on, so that we have a quiet environment for the discussions. Thank you.
Non tarifaire constitue un entrave majeure dans la mise en œuvre de la libéralisation du commerce dans la communauté est-africaine.
So, for purposes of easing monitoring and reporting of NTBs, we have introduced the mobile application. It has been adopted by the Sector Council on Trade.
Some of the categories that you can report using the NTB app include and are not limited to administrative issues, import ban, rules of origin issues, import licensing, lengthy or costly custom procedures, poor testing and inspection facilities, administrative fees and levies, that is excluding tariffs, lack of clarity on border procedures. If the complaint that you have is not listed, just click on Other to lodge your specific complaint.
We are very excited at the launch of the non-tariff barriers
mobile application.
Il est d'une grande importance que la communauté puisse se doter d'un instrument utile et efficace pour la gestion des barrières non tarifaires. This NTB hub is going to be a game changer within the East Africa community, simply because it is going to enable the traders to timely, using their mobile phones, report any trade barriers which they encounter.
We believe and hope that it will reduce quite a number of delays in reporting and elimination of NTBs. The beauty about the app is that it is hosted by the EAC and managed by the EAC. So it will be easy for us to administer in terms of receiving and reporting the NTBs.
Et de ce fait, cette application permet donc aux commerçants de suivre l'état des lieux de la plainte qui est déclarée.
It will be very helpful in terms of having a central point of view to see what has been reported and what is on the ground.
While lodging these complaints, you'll be asked the
My name is Annette Semwemba. I'm Deputy Secretary General in charge of Customs, Trade and Monetary Affairs at the EAC Secretariat. Over the last 20 to 25 years, Customs has evolved substantially, from manual processes to initiatives now that embrace technology fully. For example, I recall from many years back, paperwork was manual. Now there's no more paperwork. It's all electronic regional cargo tracking systems. All these are innovations that didn't exist back in the day, but now support and facilitate customs to be able to do their work. The future is very bright. We have witnessed reduced turnaround times. We have witnessed a reduction in the cost of doing business. I can safely say that we will continue to experience even more benefits. Trade facilitation initiatives will continue to be deepened, and this region will continue to prosper as an investment and business destination. My message would be further collaboration to identify what are the key areas that could be further enhanced in terms of deepening trade facilitation, and what resources development partners can make available to be able to support us and deliver on those areas that are
Every day, thousands of passengers cross the skies above East Africa, from the savannas of Tanzania to the highlands of Rwanda, from the shores of Lake Victoria to the growing cities of South Sudan. Aviation connects people, trade, tourism, and opportunity. But before the engines roar, before the wheels leave the ground, there is a trust. Trust that the aircraft is sound. Trust that the skies are secure. Trust that someone, somewhere, has done the unseen work. Across the vast landscape of East Africa, from lakes to savannas, from growing cities to remote airstrips, aviation is more than movement. It's a connection, it's lifeline, and it's hope. And behind every safe flight, there are guardians. At the heart of this system is the East African Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency, known simply as CASOA. Aviation is one of the most regulated industries in the world, and for good reason. Safety and security are not optional. Globally, aviation standards are guided by the International Civil Aviation Organization, a United Nations agency that sets the rules for safe and secure international air transport. For East African nations, aligning with these global standards is critical and mandatory, not only to protect lives, but to ensure airlines can operate internationally, attract investment, and build confidence in the region's aviation system. That's where CASOA comes in.
My name is Francis Lichuma, currently acting as the Executive Director for East Africa Community's Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency, better known as CASOA. As air traffic increased in the region and aviation systems expanded, the EAC partner states recognized a shared challenge, that of maintaining high safety and security standards across borders. Rather than working in isolation, the partner states chose collaboration, and thus CASOA was established in the year 2007 as a specialized institution of the community, a shared shield for shared skies. The agency was created to support the harmonization of aviation regulations, provide technical support to partner states, and strengthen oversight capacity across the community.
Is highly technical, but its impact is deeply humane. Primarily, the agency assists partner states in meeting their safety and oversight obligation and responsibilities under the Chicago Convention and its annexes. Second, the agency supports the development and harmonization of civil aviation regulation. Third, the agency provides training and capacity building of experts.
country.
For many years, East African Community Partner States have been trading under a fragmented single customs document through each partner state. However, from January 2026 this year, we have launched the East African Community Customs Board. This is a single, one regional guarantee, enabling our traders to move their goods across the region. Remember, with the fragmented customs guaranteed across every partner state, it meant that credit was held up, it meant that trade was slow, and it meant that the cost of doing business was expensive. Now, with the regional guarantee, it means that we have a customs security. Our customs authorities are guaranteed to collect their duties and payments from a single source.
My name is Annette Semwemba. I'm the Deputy Secretary General in charge of Customs Trade and Monetary Affairs here at the EAC Secretariat. The EAC has well-developed legal and policy framework to guide customs and trade-related matters. We have a number of acts, but the mother act is the Customs Management Act. And to facilitate trade, you'll be aware of OSBPs that we have at the border. So we have an OSBP Act, we have an NTB Elimination Act, we have regulations to govern all of these different legal instruments. So that sort of summarizes the various regulatory acts that we have. We have an SQMT Act, we have acts on standards, so it's really fully very, very well developed. At the partner state level, I also want to confirm that partner states are implementing an electronic single window that is regional, allowing for the seamless exchange of information. We have a centralized platform that allows customs authorities to exchange messages in a timely manner to allow for processing of customs-related documentation. We have an electronic cargo tracking system that allows for us to be able to monitor cargo from the main entry points into the region all the way until the end of the corridors, both the northern and central corridor, and many other such developed tools, instruments, and working procedures to enable us facilitate customs and trade.
With the adoption of the SCT in 2013 and its operationalization in 2014, one of the key components is the destination model, where customs revenue is collected by the destination partner state and clearance of goods is done at the first point of entry into the community. Some key achievements have been registered.
Previously, customs documentation would be required in all partner states through which the goods passed. For example, imports to Rwanda through Mombasa would require customs declaration in Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. With single customs territory in place, a customs declaration for the same destination is now required to be made only once in Rwanda and shared electronically with Kenya and Uganda to reduce duplication. This has resulted in a 50 to 75% reduction in customs documentation, hence enhancing efficiency in terms of cost and time. The EAC bond marks a new chapter in the management of customs guarantees within the East African community. The bond represents our collective capacity to innovate and act as one region in managing trade risks. The shared intelligence will enable faster decision-making, strengthen compliance, and ensure that trade facilitation does not compromise revenue security.
My name is Juma Hassan. I'm the Commissioner for Customs in the Tanzania Revenue Authority. Introduction of electronic cargo tracking systems in the East African countries' member states have increased transparency in that it has allowed real-time tracking of transit goods, but also has minimized theft and diversion of the transit goods, but also has improved security and has boosted revenue out of monitoring of the transit goods. For example, in the year 2023-24, the government of Tanzania was able to recover 3.2 billion shillings in terms of revenue, which is equivalent to $1.3 million out of the intervention in the transit goods.
Before the single customs territory, customs management systems in partner states operated independently and were not interconnected. With the implementation of single customs territory, customs management systems across the partner states were interconnected and enabling real-time sharing of customs trade data. Between 2024 and 2025, approximately 3.5 million electronic data exchanges were recorded among customs systems. Single customs territory eliminated duplicate data entry of national records and significantly reduces inconsistencies across partner states. Partner states now assess they use a single harmonized set of customs data for goods cleared within the region. This has minimized data entry errors, improved the quality of trade data, cargo reconciliation across the community has been significantly enhanced. This digital backbone is central to single customs territory success.
The EAC bond emerged from the single customs territory, where goods are cleared once and circulate freely under customs control. It provides a single regional guarantee with a shared digital platform connecting partner states' customs administrations, insurance companies, and financial institutions.
My name is Flavia Businje, Director Customs at the East African Community Secretariat here in Arusha, Tanzania. The use of a single customs regional bond system is one of the principles under the pillar on free circulation of goods, and it is specifically under the framework on the attainment of the single customs territory. The framework, which aligns with the East African Customs Management Act, Part 9 of the Act, was adopted by the Council of Ministers in 2013. And the purpose of this EAC bond is to secure customs duties on non-duty paid goods moving across the EAC transit corridors. While we other transit guarantees served their needs at the time, the unique design of the single customs territory required a homegrown solution that made us think about development of our EAC regional customs bond. So we have done quite a lot, and the key milestone in the development of and application of the EAC bond dates far back in 2014, where the adoption of the COMESA regional customs transit guarantee was adopted as an alternative. And in December 2020, a number of studies were undertaken to particularly identify and determine the premiums of application of the EAC bond. Some of the recommendations that were adopted at the time were the premiums of between 0.4% and 1.3%, with a hybrid solution of covering risks under transit and the warehousing regime. So these were also adopted by the Sector Council in 2022, and we finally saw that the urgent need to now embark on the development of the system that will support the operationalization of the EAC bond. And so we engaged one of our technology partner, Bisnomat Technology, and we came up with a solution.
The EAC bond harmonizes customs guarantees across partner states, leveraging regional technologies like the cargo.
Welcome to Capital Pay, your ultimate platform for seamless payments and settlements. We empower consumers, merchants, businesses, and corporates with innovative financial technology. Capital Pay is a state-of-the-art integrated payment gateway. Our expert team developed a secure, efficient, and user-friendly solution, revolutionizing revenue collection and service delivery. We leverage technology to make services accessible for everyone, simplify business operations, and ensure efficient, transparent revenue collection for robust governance. Today, we'll cover our key propositions, showcase digitization benefits, outline our implementation strategy, and share compelling case studies and success stories. Our objectives include modernizing revenue collection, enhancing user experience, driving digital transformation, and enabling data-driven decision-making for all our partners. We aim to provide a central view of funds, streamline processes, and offer bulk payment services, laying a robust digital foundation for your business growth. Capital Pay delivers enhanced efficiency, reduced costs, improved transparency, and greater accessibility, transforming how you manage and collect revenue. Our phased approach ensures seamless integration. We begin with a pilot, expand gradually, and then achieve full integration across all your agencies and services. Capital Pay integrates effortlessly with customer service portals, payment engines, and settlement banks, streamlining payroll, allowances, and organizational expenses. Our success hinges on collaboration. We partner with clients, banks, and the trade community to facilitate smooth transactions across global corridors. We've transformed service delivery in Africa, reducing customs clearance times from days to hours and significantly increasing monthly revenue collection. We proudly partner with leading financial institutions, ensuring secure and reliable transactions for all our users, strengthening the financial ecosystem. Our clear, detailed invoice templates ensure full transparency for all transactions, including verification fees, inspection charges, and settlement processing. Capital Pay offers an unparalleled opportunity to enhance service delivery in the digital age. Our expertise ensures efficiency, integrity, and accountability for your business. Thank you for your time and attention. We are excited about the possibilities Capital Pay brings to your operations and look forward to partnering with you.
This is East Africa, where wonders await. Immerse yourself in the warmth of our people, the rich tapestry of our cultures, and the timeless traditions that have shaped generations. Feel the rhythm of our dances. Hear the stories whispered on the wind. Witness nature's grand spectacle. Our majestic wildlife, both airborne and earthbound, roams free across vast savannas and within our lush, protected parks. Over hundreds of them. Behold the awe-inspiring Great Migration, a breathtaking ballet of life unfolding before your very eyes. Lose yourself in the pristine beauty of our beaches, where turquoise waters meet sun-kissed suns. Delve into our timeless history, a heritage waiting to be discovered and cherished for generations to come. Unearth the secrets of ancient civilization and walk in the footsteps of those who came before. The adventure? Thrilling! Unforgettable! From heart-pounding safaris to tranquil mountain treks, there is something for everyone. Every moment is a memory in the making. Prepare to be mesmerized by the breathtaking landscapes that unfold. Serene vistas, dramatic peaks, and rolling plains. A a symphony of nature's artistry. Awaken your senses with the tantalizing aromas and flavors of our diverse cuisines. Connect with the heart of our culture through the vibrant rhythms of our music and the artistry of our entertainment. Marvel at the ingenuity and creativity of our local artisans. Their handcrafted treasures, born from passion and tradition, tell stories of our heritage. Karibu, beyond the new. Welcome to East Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, we seem to be getting ready, so let's take our seats. Those who are outside, kindly get in. Let us kindly take our seats. Very soon the plenary will begin, so let's take our seats. Let us all be upstanding for the arrival of the summit members. Your Excellencies, you can take your seats as we wait for the other members of the summit to join. Most welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, let's rise up again to welcome our heads of state. Our heads of state, the summit members, will request you to be upstanding. And now I hand over to my colleagues, Co-Master of Ceremony Florence, to go on. Thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joey. You've done us well. Please let's be seated while we wait for His Excellency, President Museveni. Ladies and gentlemen, let's rise to our feet. Your Excellencies, you're welcome to the 25th Summit of the EAC Heads of State. May I now invite the band to play for us the EAC anthem and the anthem of the United Republic of Tanzania. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. I request that you remain upstanding for a word of prayer. Director Ruth Simba, please come and give us a word of prayer.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may we humbly bow our heads for a word of prayer. Almighty God, creator of heaven and earth, most merciful and compassionate, we give you thanks for the gift of this day and for the privilege of gathering in service to our community at this meeting of the Summit of Heads of States. We humbly seek your guidance and wisdom as we deliberate on matters of importance to the East African community. Bless this gathering, O Lord. Grant us clarity of mind, integrity of purpose, and the spirit of cooperation as we engage in our discussions. May our deliberations continue to be guided by mutual understanding and a shared commitment to the well-being of our people. Strengthen the bonds of our unity and continue to guide us as we make decisions that advance peace, prosperity, and sustainable development across our region. May the outcomes of this meeting contribute to greater harmony, progress, and integration within the community. We offer this prayer in faith and humility, trusting in you, the most merciful and compassionate God. Amen.
Thank you very much, Director Ruth. Your Excellencies, please be seated. Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Chairperson of the Summit of the EAC Heads of State. Your Excellency, Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi and Chairperson of the African Union. Your Excellency, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda. Your Excellency, Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Your Excellency, Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. The Right Honorable Eusta Sengumuva, Prime Minister of the Republic of Burundi, representing His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. Honorable Mande Semaya Kumba, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, representing His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan. Honorable Floribat Anzuluni Isolokeshi, Minister of Regional Integration, representing His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Honorable Beatrice Askul Moi, Chairperson of the EAC Council of Ministers and Cabinet Secretary, Minister of EAC and Regional Development Republic of Kenya. Honorable members of the Council of Ministers and other Cabinet Secretaries from the EAC partner states. Honorable Veronica Mueni Nduva, Secretary General of the EAC. Honorable members of the Coordination Committee and other permanent secretaries from the partner states. The Deputy Secretaries General, the Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly, the Judge President of the East African Court of Justice, Mr. Amos Gabriel Makala, Regional Commissioner, Arusha, heads of EAC institutions, honorable members of the East African Legislative Assembly present, former Secretary Generals of the East African Community present here, the East African Business Council and other representatives of the business community and the private sector, members of the Diplomatic Corps, representatives of our development partners, distinguished guests, staff of the EAC organs and institutions, the media, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Florence Ochago. I'm a principal legal officer of the community. And it's my pleasure this afternoon to direct the remaining bits of the program. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my colleague, Dr. James Joey, the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Kiswahili Commission, for having steered the program for the first part of the day. Your Excellencies, I now invite the Honorable Secretary General, Ms. Veronica Nduva, to welcome the heads of state to the 25th meeting of the EAC heads of state. Secretary General, welcome.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Your Excellencies, it gives me great Pardon me, Your Excellencies. Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Chairperson of the Summit of EAC Heads of State, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi and Chairperson of the African Union, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, Right Honorable Dr. Justin Sangimuya, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, representing His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, Honorable Mande Semaya Kumba, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, representing His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, Honorable Floribert Anzuluni Isilo Kechi, Minister of Regional Integration, representing His Excellency Félix Antoine Tshisekedi, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Honorable Beatrice Askul Moe, Chairperson of the East African Community Council of Ministers and Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of EAC, ASALS and Regional Development, Republic of Kenya, Honorable members of EAC Council of Ministers and other ministers, cabinet secretaries, attorney generals from the EAC partner states, Honorable members of Coordination Committee, Deputy Secretaries General, Speaker of the East Africa Legislative Assembly and the Judge President, East Africa Court of Justice, Mr. Amos Gabriel Makala, Regional Commissioner, heads of EAC institution, honorable members of YALA, former Secretaries General, all members of Diplomatic Corps, representatives of development partners, distinguished guests, staff of EAC organs and institutions, the media, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Your Excellencies, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the EAC headquarters here in Arusha, in the United Republic of Tanzania, for the 25th meeting of the Summit of the EAC Heads of State. Karibuni sana, waheshimiwa marais, Ramadan Karim, and happy International Women's Day tomorrow in advance. Allow me to begin by thanking His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and the Chairperson of the Summit, for the confidence expressed in my abilities by nominating me to the high office of Secretary General of the East African Community. Thank you, Your Excellency. Through my appointment, Your Excellencies have set the record for the first woman and the youngest of the 7 to hold the position of Secretary General of the community. Thank you. demonstrating the goodwill and confidence that your excellencies have in the abilities of women as leaders, thereby igniting the aspirations of many young women to take up the responsibilities in the public space in our community. I have diligently executed this role for the past 20 months, and I thank their excellencies for always being available to provide the necessary support and wisdom which has enabled me to execute the role effectively. This being the last opportunity for me to address you, your excellencies, as your Secretary General during a summit, I wish to thank you, your excellencies, for the guidance and support you have provided to me during my tenure and for openly receiving me whenever I have needed to access you in person. Thank you, your excellencies. Your excellencies, I assumed office at a delicate time when the EAC was facing institutional credibility challenges, financial constraints, and human resource limitation. I set my priorities as organizational stabilization, confidence rebuilding, and repositioning of the EAC as a people-centered community. Your excellencies, permit me to reflect on some of the milestones achieved by the community over the past 20 months where I have been in charge of the management and operations as Principal Executive Officer. I am handing over the mantle at a time when there are more women trading across our borders, especially in micro, small, and medium enterprises. The number of students crossing the borders to access education in other partner states has grown further, entrenching our integration. The visibility of the organs and institutions of the community has increased with deliberate efforts to broaden engagements to include the private sector, youth, women, students, and civil society in community discussions. The digital footprint of the EAC has been enhanced. The EAC currently stands out from other regional economic communities in Africa in the promotion of an open, safe, and secure digital future for all. Accountability and professionalism within the organs and institutions of the community has been strengthened through enhanced internal controls and updating administrative instructions and procedures. We have deliberately increased engagements with our development partners, resulting in increased technical and financial support to EAC programs and activities impacting our people. I take this opportunity to specifically thank the development partners who have continued to trust and who have continued to have trust and confidence in our capacity and have exercised true partnership by providing direct financial support to our organs and institutions. Your Excellencies, as I conclude, I would like to convey my deepest appreciation to the staff of the organs and institutions of the EAC, whose dedication and professionalism continues to drive the work of the community. I also wish to acknowledge the tireless efforts of the Council of Ministers, whose continued engagement and policy guidance has been instrumental in supporting the work of the community and advancing the regional agenda. Your Excellencies, despite the financial, operational, and geopolitical challenges that we have faced, I remain confident that the East African community remains strong, resilient, and firmly on course towards achieving the milestones and aspirations set out in the treaties. Your Excellencies, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to renewed direction and impetus in the achievement of the objectives of the community. I wish to thank you for your kind attention. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. allow me, Your Excellencies, to invite the outgoing chair of the summit to make his remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and representatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Hamjambo. I welcome you all to this 25th ordinary session of the East African Community Heads of State Summit. Let me begin by thanking you for entrusting me with the privilege of presiding over the affairs of our beloved community and serving as your chairperson since 30th November 2024. I am grateful to your excellencies for the diligent and gracious support extended to me during my tenure. When I assumed this role, I committed to prioritize key deliverables to drive our integration agenda. These include enhancing peace, security, stability, and economic development in the region, increasing intra-EAC trade and investment, strengthening private sector engagement, and the involvement of MSMEs in driving economic transformation and accelerating the inclusion and the conclusion of the East African Community European Union Economic Partnership Agreement. Additionally, I committed to address non-tariff barriers to trade by enhancing infrastructure connectivity and regulatory harmonization, and progressing our shared aspiration for a political federation. I am delighted to report that we have made significant progress on these key areas, and as a result, our community is marching forward towards an even more integrated and prosperous future. Our commitment to enhance peace, stability, and economic development in the region. The community partnered with other stakeholders to address some of the peace and security challenges affecting our region, especially in the Eastern DRC. You may recall that under the East Africa-led Nairobi process on the restoration of peace and security in Eastern DRC, we agreed to adopt a coordinated approach and merge the Luanda and EAC-led Nairobi processes. Subsequently, President Mnangagwa, the then chairperson of the Southern Africa Development Community, and I engaged several times on this matter, and I wish to confirm that the African process towards restoring peace and security in Eastern DRC is now fully under the leadership of the African Union. A panel of African facilitators was appointed to support the peace process, and the AU appointed a mediator who presented a progress report on the peace process to the just concluded 39th session of the Africa Union General Assembly that took place in February this year. On our commitment to increase intra-EAC trade and investment, I am pleased to report that trade among partner states has continued to register positive growth, with the value of trade within the region rising by nearly 22% from US dollars 33 billion in 2024 to US dollars 40.3 billion in 2025. By any stretch or measure, that is very commendable progress. Exports from the region grew significantly by 32% to $19.6 billion, while imports rose more moderately by 13% to $20 billion. This has significantly narrowed the region's trade deficit from US dollars 3.4 billion to US dollars 1 billion during the same period. In other words, we are exporting more than we are importing, and we are making progress. I am looking forward in the coming days that in fact we will have a trade surplus with other markets. A key highlight of our meeting today will be the launch of the East African Customs Bond under the Single Customs Territory. The Customs Bond was rolled out by partner states in January 2025 after a successful pilot in the Republic of Uganda. This trade facilitation instrument will enhance customs security to ensure payment of duties and taxes if goods placed under customs control are not properly delivered or accounted for. The launch of this bond is therefore a key milestone in strengthening the implementation of the Single Customs Territory and facilitating the movement of goods across our region. The region also recognized the central role of the private sector and small and medium enterprises as key drivers of economic transformation. In this connection, I wish to report that in November 2025, I presided over the opening ceremony of the 25th East African Community Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Trade Fair in Nairobi, which attracted over 2,000 participants from all partner states. The event showcased our diversity in creativity and innovation while providing an opportunity for peer learning and job creation amongst our people. Our engagement with the private sector also focused on our shared objective to promote a culture of quality production across all sectors of our economy while enhancing the role of women in regional trade. In 2025, I awarded 14 firms from partner states dealing in agro-processing, logistical services, and steel products with the East African Regional Quality Award and recognized 16 EAC Women Champions in Trade. Your Excellencies, our region remains a key part of the global trading system, and accessing international markets is key to the economic transformation of our community. Our efforts to conclude the Economic Partnership Agreement with the European Union and other trade agreements are therefore essential to ensure fair access to markets for our products. Since our last meeting, the Secretariat of EAC conducted a study among partner states between July and October last year to facilitate an in-depth analysis of the implication of the Economic Partnership Agreement with the European Union. I am happy to report that one of the key recommendations from the study is that there is strong consensus among all partner states to complete the EAC-EU Economic Partnership Agreement. The conclusion of this process will be a key milestone for export performance and supply capacity for our bloc. Ladies and gentlemen, a key obstacle to trade in our region is the ever-evolving non-tariff barriers that continue to hinder effective trade between and among partner states. Eliminating NTBs, enhancing infrastructure connectivity, and regulatory harmonization remain a key priority among my stewardship of the community. I am therefore pleased to inform you that our concerted efforts to eliminate non-tariff barriers have yielded results, with the number of reported barriers declining by about 56% from 61 NTBs in 2024 to 27 NTBs in 2025. I am sure that my successor is going to drive this effort into the future to ensure that we eliminate roadblocks and barriers to trade between our partner states. Further, it is encouraging to note that the community continues to harmonize regulatory frameworks to facilitate implementation of commitments under the Customs Union and the Common Market to support and enhance trade among partner states. As a result, partner states have developed procedures in sanitary and phytosanitary measures, compilation and dissemination of statistics, and common procedures for notification among partner states on national regulatory measures introduced by partner states. I am confident that once these procedures are adopted by the Council, they will further facilitate the fulfillment of our commitments. Significant implementation milestones have been achieved on key arteries, including feasibility study for the Nairobi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Highway in Kenya, the Kampala-Jinja and Jinja-Malaba-Busia-Kisumu Road corridors in Uganda, and the Morogoro-Chalinze section in Tanzania. A market-sounding conference for the Jinja-Malaba-Busia-Kisumu section was held in November 2025. The construction of the Mombasa-Tanga-Bagamoyo Coastal Road has progressed to 62% completion, with 460 kilometers of the 720 stretch already operational, opening new economic corridors and reducing transit time for cargo by 40%. In a similar trajectory, the rail transportation sector has witnessed remarkable transformation. The Kenya-Uganda Standard Gauge Railway Agreement, signed in March 2025, commits both nations to completing the Nairobi-Kampala link by 2028, cutting travel time from 14 hours to 4 hours, and freight costs by 35%. In fact, on 20th this month, we will be launching the actual construction of the road of the rail in Kisumu with President Museveni here. The Tanzania SGR services, which started on 14th June 2024, move an average of 10,000 passengers a day from Dar es Salaam to Dodoma, while freight services from Pugu Station to Ihumwas ICF started on 27 June last year, a great stride in our community. On inland lake transportation, the Lake Victoria Transport Corridor has been revitalized through the commissioning of 6 locally constructed cargo vessels in the past 3 years, with a combined capacity of 3,500 tons, increasing cargo movement across the lake to 890,000 tons annually. Your Excellencies, on the services sector, regional tourism has experienced growth through our unified approach. The EAC participation in the Berlin International Tourism Bus in March 2025 as a single destination showcased our collective tourism potential to 10,000 international exhibitors and 160,000 visitors. In terms of people-to-people and intergovernmental cooperation, 3 partner states, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, successfully hosted the African Nations Championships, CHAN, registering very remarkable progress. I am confident that we have set the tone, and with the investments we are making in sporting infrastructure, we are moving beyond our traditional athletics to competitive and commercialized sports and sporting value chains that will create jobs for our people. Our commitment to value chains in sports remains steadfast as we prepare again to jointly host the Africa Cup of Nations tournament next year. Your Excellencies, the community continues to make progress in advancing regional digital integration as a critical pillar of our economic transformation and the realization of the EAC single digital market. In September 2025, the EAC adopted the United Nations Global Digital Compact, which promotes an open, safe, and secure digital future for all of us. In July 2025, the EAC joined the Artificial Intelligence for Good Impact initiative, which seeks to drive meaningful change using AI technologies and telecommunications, advance global AI capacity, and provide a platform to democratize AI education and foster global capacity building. These steps are building blocks for a trusted, interoperable, and inclusive digital economy that supports trade, financial integration, innovation, and service delivery across our borders. Excellencies, looking ahead, there is need to explore new frontiers of cooperation that address the growing needs of our people. The community has the opportunity to leverage emerging technologies to drive economic transformation for our youthful population. A deliberate and strategic focus on development of integrated digital infrastructure, harmonization of ICT policies, and promotion of digital literacy across the region can leapfrog the development of our region by connecting business and governments while creating immense opportunities for our people. Consolidating value addition in textile also presents immediate opportunities. The EAC must harmonize textile standards, provide resources for ginning and spinning factories, and jointly market EAC textile to global buyers. The European, Asian, and African markets offer combined opportunities worth $6.8 billion annually if we position ourselves strategically. Ladies and gentlemen, the achievements we have recorded over the past year demonstrate that the EAC is capable of delivering transformative change when we work together with unity of purpose and clarity of vision. While we celebrate these achievements, we must acknowledge persistent challenges that require our collective resolve and action. Delayed and non-remittance of statutory contributions to the EAC budget continue to hamper our ability to implement development projects and fulfill our collective commitment. This challenge heavily undermines our financial sustainability, viability, and capability as a regional organization capable of delivering on our promises to our citizens. It is therefore our noble duty to honor our respective financial obligations to the community promptly, to build a resilient, credible, and fully equipped community capable of delivering on our aspirations. Let me report that this morning we made in this summit some very consequential decisions. This morning we took the decision that going forward to make contributions to this community fair and equitable. The countries that have bigger economies and benefit more from the community should pay more. And therefore, we have agreed to change the contribution formula from a contribution that every country contributes equally. We have improved what was suggested by our Council of Ministers. They had recommended 65% equally and 35% through assessed contribution. And we have made the decision that the contributions will be 50% equally and 50% by assessed contribution. That way, countries that have bigger economies and benefit more from the community will pay more. And those that have smaller economies and does not benefit as much will pay equitably. So we have also taken the decision this morning that to alleviate the burden on countries that have arrears, we have also agreed that the community will waive 50% of the arrears, and the 50% remaining should be paid within 2 years. We have also agreed on some consequential decisions on how to run the affairs of our community, because the statute that established the community was formatted when we had only 3 countries, and there was no need for a quorum. It is increasingly becoming difficult to get consensus of all countries now that we are 8 and counting. We have therefore taken the decision that decisions of the community will be made by consensus or by 65% of members. That will make our community much more effective and efficient. We have also taken the decision this morning that members of our East African Legislative Assembly representing different countries, who today spend almost 30% of the budget of EAC, from the next parliament, after next year, after the new parliament, the new EAC, East African Legislative Assembly Parliament, the salaries of members of parliament will be paid by their respective parliaments. That will significantly reduce the burden on the East African community so that we can spend more resources in making sure that we have an effective East African community. Only allowances of members of parliament, therefore, will be paid by the EAC whenever they do their business. But salaries will be paid by their individual countries. We have also taken the decision, because I said that we have taken some very consequential decisions today, that the 5 senior positions in EAC, Secretary General, Speaker, President of the Court, and the 2 Deputy Secretary Generals, countries nominating individuals to these positions must have ratified the treaty, must have done all the requirements of the treaty, so that we can look into the future and make sure that the political will to belong and to be part of this community is registered by all member states. And finally, we have also taken the decision that the salaries of our employees as the East African community have not been reviewed for the last, we are told, since 2006. And therefore, we have taken the decision that there will be a review of salaries beginning January next year. And we have given one assignment. The issues we have mentioned here are not subject to any other discussion by any other person. They are the decision. They are the decisions of the summit. There is a tendency for bureaucracy to go and massage some of the decisions we have made. And we have said the new formula should apply from, the new formula for contribution should apply from July this year. So, we have given one assignment to our Council of Ministers. Now that the contribution structure has been made fairer and easier for countries to attain their obligations, going into the future, we need to agree on those who are suggesting, countries, partner states that are suggesting nominations for senior positions. They must be up to date with all their obligations for them to be able to make those suggestions. Ladies and gentlemen, I have really enjoyed working with many actors, especially my colleagues, heads of state, on these very serious matters. I have applied my mind to it. We have had consultations and discussions with my colleagues, and I want to thank them for their immense contribution and support. As I hand over the chairmanship of the EAC Summit, I take this opportunity to register my sincere appreciation to all members of the Summit of the EAC Heads of State for the goodwill and cooperation extended to me and to the Republic of Kenya since 30th November 2024, when I assumed the position as chair of the EAC. I also wish to commend the Council of Ministers for their dedication and excellent work that they have done to further the integration of our region. I also express my appreciation to the staff of the community for the role they continue to play in steering the EAC to greater heights. In particular, I congratulate the Secretary General, Veronica Nduva, for successfully steering and realigning the community over the 20 months that she has been in charge. In the same vein, I wish to congratulate the newly appointed Secretary General, who will be named shortly, as you take up the mantle. We are counting on you to build on the efforts of your predecessors and take the community to the next level. Finally, I wish the incoming chair great success as they steer the community towards the realization of our common vision of a prosperous East African region. I thank you.
Excellencies, as you are aware, one of the items during the closed session was the change of bureau. I now invite the outgoing chair to announce the incoming chair.
Your Excellencies, invited guests, all protocols observed, Article 12.2 of the treaty provides that the office of the chairperson is held in rotation for a year. During the closed session of the summit, the heads of state have decided that the Republic of Uganda assumes the chair, and the Republic of Rwanda will be the rapporteur. Okay? So I think we will now facilitate the handover so that
Excellencies, incoming chair and outgoing chair, this is the time to do the official handover. You will hand over the gavel to the incoming chair, and the chair of the EAC Summit of Heads of State, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, will assume the position of the chair. Congratulations, Your Excellency.
I now call Excellencies, good afternoon. I'm honored to warmly welcome you to this plenary session of the 25th Ordinary Summit of the EAC. I thank you for finding time to come to Arusha. Permit me now to call this plenary session of our meeting to order. Secretary General, please confirm that all members of the summit are here, all represented.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. With the presence, according to our rules of procedure of the conduct of the meeting, with the presence of the Republic of Kenya, the Republic of Burundi, the Republic of Uganda, the United Republic of Tanzania, the Federal Republic of Somalia, the Republic of Rwanda, the Republic of South Sudan, and the Republic of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, I hereby wish to confirm that the Bureau is constituted.
Excellencies, the provisional agenda was circulated before the meeting. Are there any objections to the adoption of the agenda? Therefore, the agenda is adopted. Before we commence the substantive business, I would like to, one, thank Her Excellency Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan for the hospitality extended to all delegations since we arrived in Arusha. Tunamshukuru Mama Samia. Kwa kutupokea vizuri. Secondly, I want to thank the outgoing chairperson, His Excellency William Ruto, for ably steering the community over the past 1 year. Excellencies, I now invite the chairperson of the East African Council of Ministers to present to the summit the report of the Council of Ministers.
Your Excellencies, allow me to ride on already established protocol. Your Excellencies, allow me on behalf of the Council of Ministers to express sincere appreciation for your continued leadership, guidance, and commitment to the East Africa Community Integration Agenda. Your support remains central to the progress and achievements recorded by the community. Your Excellencies, the theme of this 25th Ordinary Summit of the East Africa Head of States is Deepening Integration for Improved Livelihoods of East Africa Community Citizens. It reflects a community commitment to strengthening regional integration as a pathway to enhance economic opportunities, promote sustainable development, and improve the quality of life of the people of East Africa. Your Excellencies, it is my honor to present the report of the Council for the period 30th November 2024 to 31st December 2025, highlighting key progress made in advancing the objectives of the community under the pillars of custom union, common market, monetary union, and political federation. Under the custom union pillar, the region recorded notable growth in trade. Total international mechanisms and mechanized trade increased from US $33 billion in the third quarter of 2024 to US $40.3 billion in the third quarter of 2025, representing a growth of 21.9%. Export grew by 32.3%, while imports increased by 13.3%, significantly reducing the regional trade deficit. Intra-EAC trade also expanded by 15%, increasing from the US $4.2 billion to US $4.8 billion during the same period, reflecting a continued efforts by the partner states to promote regional trade. Trade with the rest of Africa also increased, accounting for 32.2% of the community total trade during the same under review. Progress was also recorded in the implementation of the single custom territory, including the rollout of East Africa Custom Bond, which Your Excellencies are launching today. Once fully operational, the regional bond system is expected to release close to US $2 billion in previously tied up working capital, while significantly reducing administrative costs associated with multiple national bond regimes. This will reduce the cost of doing business and enhance efficiency in regional trade. Efforts to eliminate non-tariff barriers also continued through established regional mechanisms, which resulted into elimination of 35 reported NTBs. At the regional and continental level, the community continued to strengthen its engagement in broader trade integration initiatives. The EAC assumed the chairmanship of the COMESA EAC ZADAC tripartite task force and is currently leading preparations for the tripartite summit, which will be hosted by East Africa Community Kenya later this year. Your Excellencies, under the common market pillar, the community continued to implement programs to strengthen enterprise development, improve the investment climate, and promote regional connectivity. The 25th EAC Macro Small Media Enterprise Trade Fair, held in Nairobi from 5th to 16th November 2025, brought together over 2,000 exhibitors from across the partner states, creating significant opportunities for cross-border trade and enterprise partnership. To improve the regional investment climate, the community adopted the East Africa Community Principles of Harmonization of Investment Laws to guide partner states in aligning their national investment frameworks. In the aviation sector, the community inaugurated the East Africa Center for Aviation Medicine in Nairobi in collaboration with the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. The center will provide standardization regional aeromedical medical oversight training. The community also unveiled the new regional tourism brand, Visit East Africa, Feel the Vibe, to the international market during the International Tourism Boas in Benin in March 2025. The initiative seeks to promote EAC as a single tourism destination and increase international tourists' arrivals. In addition, the community developed a regional framework on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response aimed at strengthening public health resilience across the partner states. Your Excellencies, under the Monetary Union pillar, the community continued implementing the revised roadmap towards the establishment of East Africa Monetary Union. The community also adopted a framework for coordination of monetary and fiscal policies as an EAC cross-border payment system master plan to guide modernization and integration of payment systems across the region. Your Excellencies, under the political federation pillar, the community has continued to engage in stakeholders consultations on the draft constitution of the EAC Political Confederation. The community also remained actively engaged in supporting regional peace and security initiatives, including the EAC-led Nairobi process for peace in Eastern DRC. Your Excellencies, the community has also finalized the 7th EAC Development Strategy for the period 2026-2027 to 2030-2031, which Your Excellencies will be launching during this summit. The strategy is anchored on the vision of attaining an integrated, stable, and resilient EAC that ensures shared prosperity for all East Africans. Your Excellencies will also recall the continued involvement of the youth in the integration process through the EAC Secondary School essay writing competition. During this summit, Your Excellencies will recognize and award the regional winners of 2024 competition. The Council commends these students for their creativity, dedication, and the thoughtful contributions towards the advancing the ideals of EAC integration among the youth. Your Excellencies, allow me to express appreciation to my colleagues, the members of the Council, the Secretary General, the Speaker of the East Africa Legislative Assembly, the Judge President of the East Africa Court of Justice, and the staff of the community organs and institutions for their continued dedication to advancing the EAC integration agenda. Your Excellencies, the details of what the community has achieved during the period under review are contained in the report of the Council to the Summit, which has been submitted to you, Your Excellencies. I thank you so much for your attention.
I thank the Minister for her statement. Excellencies, I now invite you to make comments, if any, on the report of the Council. Any comment? No comment, so the report is adopted. I will now make my statement. Your Excellencies, heads of state of the East African community, the delegation leaders, the Secretary General, members of the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from the people of Uganda. Thanks for electing me to chair the East African Community Authority for the next 1 year. At this point in history, and given my 65 years of either watching closely or being right in the center of events on our much troubled continent, I feel compelled to use this occasion to bring up the issue of Okonesa, Okfubia, miscooking the African Revolution. Okonesa, Kufubia in our languages of the lakes, is a process where the food is not properly or consistently cooked by not applying the necessary heat for the necessary duration, and it ends up being undercooked. Kukona, kufuba. I don't know how they say it in Swahili. You'll give me the Swahili word. The food does not kusia. Kusia is our word there, meaning kuiva. Chakula haiwivi vizuri. The food does not get properly cooked. It becomes emkone. Emkone is the food which is undercooked and you cannot sort it out. It then becomes difficult to cook properly because the insufficient heat initially applied has cooked the food in the wrong direction. The option then is to throw away that food and cook another quantity of food. I have attached a note to this speech from our scientists describing this process, which we the Wananchi simply call Konesa, Kufubia, but it's actually science. It is actually science. By 1900, the whole of the African continent had been colonized, except for Ethiopia, which had defeated the Italian imperialists in 1896 at Adowa. This was squarely the fault of the African chiefs and kings who had watched the slow encroachment of these European invaders right from the time when the Ottoman Turks captured Constantinople, Istanbul, in 1453, closing the overland route to Asia for Europe, pioneered by Marco Polo around the years 1271 to 1295. While the Europeans were rightly looking for an alternative route to the east by going around our massive continent, they became slave traders and colonialists when they discovered the weaknesses created by our kings. Our kings were oppressing the people, fighting one another instead of cooperating, failed to adopt new scientific knowledge, e.g. gunpowder. The Europeans invented gunpowder when our kings were here just running around with spears. Many of the kings participated in the slave trade, selling our people. The Bible says the wages of sin is death. It says in the book of the Romans, chapter 6, verse 23. And somewhere else the Bible says, whatever a man sows, that's what he reaps. It says in the book of the Galatians, chapter 6, verse 7 to 8. By 1900, all those African kings were either dead or captured or had capitulated to subservience. They had squandered the time when they could have done the necessary changes to immunize us against domination. Ever since 1498, when Vasco da Gama passed by the East African coast, here in Zanzibar, Mombasa, attacked Mombasa. Vasco da Gama actually attacked Mombasa and continued to India. It was a whole 402 years wasted. Those kings wasted 402 years no scientific innovation, no unit among themselves, etc. They paid for their mistakes. Kabarega, our kings there in Uganda, Mwanga, Chetwayo, the one in South Africa, even here Mkwawa, I don't know whether he was captured or what. He tried to fight, etc. were either dead or captured. Unfortunately, the whole of Africa also paid for having slaves torn away from their country, freedom hijacked, resources stolen, etc. Africa, by 1900, was facing a catastrophe. Some of the people that were colonized in Latin America, North America, Australia, were exterminated, or only very few of them are still surviving, and their lands were taken over by other people. However, while the leadership of Africa has been problematic for centuries, the populations are tough, hardworking, and wealth creators for millennia. Unlike the American Indians or Aboriginal Australians, we died during the colonial aggression, but did not perish. Our cattle, goats, sheep, chicken, etc., that stay with us in our hearts, had long vaccinated us against the deadly zoonotic diseases between man and animals that had exterminated the other indigenous peoples. That gave opportunity for new and more potent forces to emerge and become the vanguard of the African resistance. Who were these who resisted? There were two clusters initially. The African American Pan-Africanists in the persons of W.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, Pademore, etc., and the African National Congress of South Africa that was founded in 1912. The Historical Commission now for the black race and the other colonized peoples was liberation against imperialists through the worldwide anti-colonial movement. In the case of Africa, the Historical Commissions were liberation, ukombozi, uhuru, modernization, creation of prosperity, and provision of strategic security against all threats. How were we to achieve this? Uhuru na umoja, freedom and unity. Unity, freedom would enable us to control our destiny again. Umoja would enable us to address the issue of prosperity and strategic security. How was prosperity to be achieved, and how is it achieved in other countries? With modern economics, prosperity is achieved through the production and sale of the goods or services that one is capable of producing. To sell, however, you need markets. Producers need buyers to succeed. Producers need buyers to succeed. The more buyers you have, the more prosperous you become. This is where economic integration of East Africa and the whole of Africa comes in. If we do not work on this seriously and without wasting time, we betray our people. We connoisseur the African Revolution, miscooking it. The next question is the issue of strategic security against all possible threats. If we do not understand that, we again betray Africa. Strategic security can only come, in my view, from political integration. Why? Political integration through the creation of the regional federations where possible rationalizes the geography of the defended zone so that we are able to be present in the four spheres of the universe. Four spheres of the universe: land defenses, air defenses, defenses at sea, the Navy, and defenses in space. Apart from rationalizing the geography of the defended area, you need necessary muscle, size of land, natural resources, and population. As we speak today, only 4 countries have been to the moon. These are the USA, China, Russia, and India. There are a number of highly developed countries, but they have not been able to land on the moon. They are still here with us also. Is there something to size? In any case, there is no harm in having a big political unit through the political integration, where possible, to conclude, where possible. To conclude this short statement, we need to answer the following questions. These are, if we do not create a big market, how do we intend to encourage and support the wealth creators in the respective countries? If we do not create a big and reliable market for our wealth creators, how do businesses expand to produce more products, create more jobs, and pay more taxes? The answer is, if we are not able, no, the other question is, if you are not able to operate in the four spheres, land, air, sea, and space, how do we hope to guarantee our strategic security? Somebody is on the moon looking at you, you don't see him, how do you protect yourself? The ancient area of Africa, East Africa, given the potential to unite all our people around Swahili language, has the capacity to create prosperity and also ensure the strategic security of the black race. Historically speaking, if we use the dedication to the four historical missions, we discover that the patriots that fulfilled their mandate were Mwalimu Nyerere, Sheikh Aman Abed Karume, Sekou Toure, Nkrumah, and Modibo Keita. Of these efforts, it's only Tanzania that has sustained the success of economic and political integration. We must salute Tanzania. They are a shining example. Even the struggle for Uhuru liberation was not easy because we had collaborators. However, mainly because of the combination of the African resistance, ANC of South Africa, the Mau Mau in Kenya, etc., the global anti-colonial movement in Asia and Latin America, the emergence of the socialist camp following the victories of the communists in Russia and China, and the imperialists weakening themselves with their inter-imperialist wars of 1914, 1918, 1939, 1945. By 1963, a total of 36 countries had got independence in Africa. There was, however, another 20 or so where the imperialists were determined not to surrender. These were Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Angola, Namibia, etc. Some of the countries were on the road to independence, e.g. Kenya and Zambia, but not the others. Little Portugal was saying that Mozambique, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, etc. were not colonies, but overseas provinces of Portugal. Imagine, Little Portugal was saying that Mozambique is an overseas province of Portugal. And that the black Africans can become black Portuguese assimilados by forgetting their culture. While at the OAU conference of 1963 in Addis Ababa, Africa had declared that the whole Africa must be free either by peace or by war, it was only a few countries led by Tanzania under the leadership of Mwalimu that really stood by the freedom fighters. Others were Zambia, Botswana, Guinea-Conakry, Algeria, Ghana under Nkrumah, and Egypt under Nasser. On account of the resistance movements, support of these Pan-Africanists, the socialist countries, and some democratic groups in the West, by 1994, the whole of Africa was free with the majority rule in South Africa. So by 1994, we had spent a whole century trying to liberate Africa from these invaders. and the last country to be free was South Africa in 1994. I'm glad to say that although the revolutionaries in Uganda arrived on the scene late, from 1989, we were able to give serious support to the ANC of South Africa and the PSC in the form of military training, logistics, educational opportunities, etc. Africa had therefore, as the century of shame for African continent, where the whole of it had been colonized and a half a millennium of plunder by the European and Arabs with the slave trade, come to an end, become free. Africa had become free. Uhuru, freedom had come. The question was, where is Umoja? Because you remember, it was Uhuru na Umoja. Uhuru came. Now the question was, where is Umoja? Umoja for economic prosperity through economic integration in order to create big markets to support the efforts of the African wealth creators, and Umoja for political integration where possible to create strategic security for the black race on land, in the air, at sea, and in space. Yes, some of the efforts for economic integration have moved. I worked with Mzee Moi, Mzee Mwinyi, Mzee Mkapa to revive the East African community. You remember this community had broken up. So when we came into government, immediately we started working with Mzee Moi, Mzee Mwinyi, later on Mkapa. We brought it back, 1999. I salute Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Somalia, and the Democratic Republic of Congo for joining the East African community. Let us fully implement the Charter of the East African community and the roadmap, as His Excellency Mr. President Ruto was reporting. How about COMESA and the CFTA, the Continental Free Trade Area? Some actors seem to treat this integration as optional. In my view, I have always heard that it is mandatory to unite or risk perpetual marginalization. How about political integration? In the case of East Africa, we the Pan-Africanists have never relented. Ever since the student days in the 1960s, we have been struggling for that integration, supporting our elder Pan-Africanists, Mwalimu Nyerere, Abeid Karume, Kenneth Kaunda, Arap Moi, etc. With Mzee Kibaki, Mzee Mkapa, Prince Kagame, Prince Nkurunziza, we called for the fast tracking of the federation in the year 2014. However, on account of the awkwardness of the African Revolution, seeing what is happening in much of Africa, instead of Uhuru na Umoja, in many countries, in many areas, we have got Uhuru na Uhasama. Is it Uhasama?
Uhasama is correct.
Discord.
Discord.
Yeah, mnaona Kiswahili changu? Msinichezee. So instead of Uhuru na Umoja, we have Uhuru na Uhasama, freedom and discord. In Uganda, we have a Uganda proverb. It goes like this. Ekitata muhima tekimumala konte. In English, it means that if a Muhima, one of the tribes in Uganda, does not die, even if he loses cattle, on account of his dedication to cattle keeping, he will do everything possible to get new cattle. Africa is still there. Although we have lost opportunities, but we can catch up. What is the consequence of Uhuru na Uhasama? Uhuru na Uhasama instead of Uhuru na Umoja. Economic stagnation and the suffering of the populations. What is generating the migration of the African youth that are dying in the Mediterranean Sea going to Europe? It is the narrowness of the money economy of Africa. that does not create necessary jobs. One of the consequences of not fully integrating our markets, investors get frustrated when they cannot export within even the East African community. The GDP of Africa today, the GDP of the whole of Africa is US dollars 3.6 trillion. The whole of Africa, Africa yote, the GDP is 3.6 trillion. That of the USA is US dollars 31.82 trillion. The GDP of USA is bigger than the one of Africa, more than 10 times. China is now 20.6 trillion. India is US dollars 4.18 trillion. Even little South Korea has got a GDP of US dollars 1.86 trillion. One may ask, why does the little South Korea have the GDP, that GDP size? One factor is that South Korea, because of the Cold War politics, benefited a lot from the USA market. However, in our Luganda language we say, Omugo oguli kumulirano tegobango. The stick in the neighbor's house will not help you to scare away the leopard. If the leopard comes to attack you, you are not going to say, I get a stick from the neighbor to chase the leopard. You must have your own stick in your own house. You need your own stick in your own house. You have seen Mr. Trump recently threatening tariffs on South Korea and others. The question we need to ask is, does size of the domestic market matter in terms of attracting investments, domestic or foreign? Because we have got economists, professors, what have you, they are very many. But I think the size of the market matters. The size of your market matters. Why? China opened up its economy in 1978, when many of the African countries were already under the pastoralism of the World Bank and the IMF, were already investing, implementing structural adjustment, all those things, etc. The Chinese are still communists. Chinese are communists. Yesterday, today, tomorrow. Yet the economy has attracted US dollars 2.7 trillion from outside since 1978. While the whole of Africa has attracted US dollars 1.8 trillion. The GDP of China in 1978 was US dollars 149 billion. 149 billion, that's what it was in 1978, the GDP of China. It is now US dollars 20.6 trillion. India opened up in the year 1991. Since that time, it has attracted US dollars 1.2 trillion in foreign investments. By that time, the GDP of India was US dollars 270 billion, small. India's GDP is now US dollars 4.18 trillion. The three richest countries in the world today are all big countries, big land mass and big population. While we look for foreign markets, the reliable core market is the internal one. It is guaranteed. The richest countries are the USA, China, and India. I appeal to the youth of East Africa, of Africa, to go back to Uhuru na Umoja. Recently, I met some Gen Z from Kenya. They came to Uganda, that they are experts in organizing riots. And they had come to Uganda to give technical support. to the Ugandan Gen Z, how to riot. But some among the Ugandans said, but you people, why don't we go and see this old man? So these children came. The ones from Uganda and from Kenya, they came. So we are experts in riots. I said, okay, I can join you. But what are we rioting for? They said corruption, what? I said, okay, but even if there was no corruption, if you don't address the issues of structure, if you have got a small market, even if there is no corruption, how will the economy expand? So I said, why don't you go and talk about East African issues? So I told His Excellency, I am here with your Gen Z. So I gave them some transport and they went back. I appeal to the youth of East Africa to go back to Uhuru na Umoja. This Uhuru na Uhasama is really a disaster. I had the Last Supper with Mwalimu in a house near here in Arusha. Mr. Butiku and Mr. Marwa Adam were present. When I arrived for the dinner, I saw a Tanzanian girl who spoke Chihaya, whom I knew, standing on the veranda waiting for me. She was one of Mwalimu's aides. I greeted her in the Chihaya, which is close to the dialects of Uganda. Wabonaki, I said. She answered, Tinka boine kanshana na boneiwe. Abahaya mwachurra. Mwachurrecho. The greeting is in the form of a question. The question is, what have you seen? The answer is, I have seen nothing special except you now. Then I asked, Nokarono Mugursi, you work with Mzee these days? Her answer was yes. Mwalimu overheard us. He asked, Mnasema lugha gani? Mwalimu asked us, he didn't know. What language are you speaking? I explained to Mwalimu that all the dialects up to Mwanza are close to Runyankore, my dialect. I was surprised Mwalimu did not know that. Even the Kisukuma, Chinyamwezi, and other dialects in Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, DRC, are close to the dialects of Uganda. Swahili contains a lot of words from the dialects of Bara kule kwetu, huko ndani, inland Africa. What God has put together, man shall not put asunder. It says in the book of Mark, chapter 10, verse 9. During that Last Supper with Mwalimu, here in Arusha, I was discussing with him the very issues I'm telling you now. God bless you. Excellencies, permit me, I will handle agenda items 3 and 4 together. Excellencies, you record that during our closed session, the heads of state appointed a Secretary General for the East African Community and the judges of the Court of Justice. We now proceed to witness the swearing in of the appointed persons.
Excellencies, I will now proceed to introduce the new Secretary General to the plenary that has been appointed by the summit, and I will request the Registrar of the Court to prepare for the swearing in of the Secretary General and the judges appointed. Her Worship, the Acting Registrar, Christine, be on standby to administer the oath of allegiance and oath of secrecy for the Secretary General and the judicial oath for the judges in that order. Excellencies, I will introduce the person that you have appointed to this plenary. He was born on 12th August 1968 in Kinondoni, Dar es Salaam. He is an East African of Tanzanian origin and is a holder of a master's degree in economic policy management from Makerere University and a bachelor degree of arts in economics from the University of Dar es Salaam. He defines himself as highly motivated, conscientious, and committed civil servant with 28 years experience in civil service. The incoming Secretary General is well vested with a wealth of knowledge and experience on EAC integration, capacity building, with results of 19 years engagement on it. He has been steering the Tanzanian delegation in the Coordination Committee, meeting of senior officials of the EAC Council of Ministers, meeting of the EAC Sectoral Council at senior officials levels, leading Tanzanian experts in EAC technical meetings ranging from political, peace, security, finance, and administration initiatives, among others. During his 19 years of engagement in EAC activities, he has actively participated in negotiations of various legal and policy instruments as team member or leader of Tanzania delegation. At national level, he coordinates public and private sectors institutions participating in EAC meetings, as well as implementation of Summit Council sectoral decisions and directives in Tanzania. He boasts of his financial and human resource management skills and management team leader, director, and accounting officer, where at the ministry, clean audit certificates have been received for consecutive last 4 years. With your permission, Excellencies, allow me to ask Ambassador Stephen Patrick Bundi to stand up.
Your Excellencies, please allow me to stand on the already established protocols. Article 67 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community provides that the Secretary General shall be appointed by the Summit upon nomination by the relevant heads of states. The United Republic of Tanzania has accordingly recommended a candidate for appointment by the Summit. My name is Christine Mutimura, the Acting Registrar of the East African Court of Justice. And my role today is to administer the oaths of the Secretary General and the judges of the East African Court of Justice as provided for in Section 3 of the East African Community Oaths Act of 2019. Your Excellencies, the Secretary General and the judges shall take 2 oaths, the oath of allegiance and the oath of secrecy. The oaths are pledged by them to bear true allegiance to the East African community and to truly serve the community without fear or favor as Secretary General and as judges of the East African community. Allow me now, Your Excellencies, to proceed with the administering of the oaths of the incoming Secretary General from the United Republic of Tanzania, Mr. Stephen Patrick Mbundi.
I, Stephen Patrick Mbundi, do solemnly swear that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal any matter to any person which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge during the discharge of my duties, except as may be required for the discharge of my official duties or as may be specifically permitted by the Summit of Heads of State and the Council of Ministers. So help me God. I, Stephen Patrick Mbundi, having been appointed Secretary General of the East African Community, do solemnly swear that to exercise loyalty, discretion, and conscience in the performance of the function entrusted to me in accordance with the provision of the treaty for the establishment of East African Community, and regulate my conduct with the interests of the community, and not to seek or accept instruction in regard to the performance of my duties from any partner states or other authority external to the community. So help me God.
Secretary General, hello. Njoo upate baraka. Usomea Makele.
Your Excellencies, Article 24.1 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community provides that the summit shall appoint judges, persons recommended by their partner states who have proven integrity, impartiality, and independence, and who fulfill the conditions required in their own countries for holding of such high judicial office, or who are jurists of recognized competence in their respective partner states. Based on the vacancies on the bench of the East African Court of Justice, Your Excellencies, the Federal Republic of Somalia, the Republic of Kenya, and the Republic of South Sudan each recommended a judge for appointment by the summit. Your Excellencies, please allow me to now introduce to you the first judge who shall be taking his oath today, and I request him to please come forward as I speak more on him. Advocate Abdiwahid Warsame Abdullahi from the Federal Republic of Somalia. Your Excellencies, Advocate Abdiwahid is a Somali national who, until recently, was serving as a case reviewer in the prosecution division of the Columbus City Attorney's Office. He's a holder of various qualifications, including a Master of Laws in Comparative and Constitutional Law from Ohio State University. He's a seasoned lawyer, having served in different capacities, including as a state prosecutor for the Banadiri Regional Court in Somalia, and as a legal counselor at the Prosecution Resource Unit of the Columbus City Attorney's Office. Your Excellencies, Advocate Abdiwahid has had a long and flourishing career. To mention all the positions that he has held would not be in the interest of your time. May I now invite Advocate Abdiwahid Warsame Abdullahi to step forward and take his oath as judge of the First Instance Division of the East African Court of Justice.
This is the first one.
Yeah, so you raise your Quran.
I think I have to put it like that.
Okay, so you need to raise.
Yeah, not this one. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I, Abdiwahid Abdullahi Warsame, do solemnly swear that I will well and truly serve the East African community in the office of Judge of the East African Court of Justice, that I will do justice in accordance with the Treaty for the establishment of the East African Community as by law established in accordance with the laws and customs of the East African Community without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God. I, Abdiwahid Abdullahi Warsame, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and pay true allegiance to the East African community, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the treaty for the establishment of the East African community as by law established. So help me God. I have to start. Mr. President.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, allow me to now introduce to you the second judge who shall be taking her oath today, the Honorable Anne Atieno Amadi, CBS, from the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Amadi was until recently serving as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. She's a holder of various qualifications, including a Master of Criminal Justice from Boston University. She's a seasoned lawyer, having served in different capacity, but most notable is her role as the Chief Registrar of the Kenya Judiciary and as a Deputy Executive Director and Head of Litigation with the Federation of Women Lawyers, Kenya. Your Excellencies, Honorable Amadi has had a long and flourishing career, but in the interest of time, I will not mention all the positions that she has held. May I now invite Honorable Anne Atieno Amadi, CBS, to come forward and take her oaths as judge of the First Instance Division of the East African Court of Justice.
I, Anne Atieno Amadi, do solemnly swear that I'll be faithful and bear true allegiance to the East African community, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the treaty for the establishment of the East African community as by law established. So help me God. I, Anne Atieno Amadi, do solemnly swear that I will well and truly serve the East African community in the office of Judge of the East African Court of Justice, and that I will do justice in accordance with the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community as by law established, and in accordance with the laws and customs of the East African Community, without fear or favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God.
Your Excellencies, allow me now to introduce to you the third judge who shall be taking his oath today, the Honorable Justice Diego Stephen Abraham, ER from the Republic of South Sudan. Honorable Justice Diego was until recently serving as a High Court judge of the Judiciary of South Sudan. He's a holder of various qualifications, including a Bachelor of Laws degree from the Al Nilain University in Khartoum. He's a seasoned judge, having served in different capacities, including as a first-grade judge of the County Court of the Judiciary of South Sudan, and as a third-grade district judge in the Judiciary of the Sudan. Your Excellencies, Justice Diego has had a long and flourishing career. To mention all the positions that he has held would not be in the interest of your time. May I now invite the Honorable Justice Diego Stephen Abraham Yar to step forward and take his oath as judge of the First Instance Division of the East African Court of Justice.
I, D.J. Stephen Abraham, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to East African community, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the treaty for the establishment of the East African community as by law established. So help me God. I, D.J. Stephen Abraham, do solemnly swear that I will well and truly serve the East African community in the office of judge at the East African Court of Justice, and that I will do justice in accordance with the treaty for the establishment of the East African community as by law established, and in accordance with the laws and customs of East African community without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God.
Your Excellencies, my role today has concluded, and I wish to thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, thank you very much, Your Worship, the Registrar of the East African Court of Justice. Congratulations to all, to the newly appointed Secretary General and the judges who have been appointed. I'd like to request the band to continue to give us a musical interlude while their Excellencies sign the various instruments of the community.
We have finished.
I've been overruled. The next item, ladies and gentlemen, is the launch of the EAC, the 7th EAC Development Strategy and the EAC Customs Bond.
I now invite Your Excellencies to launch the 7th East African Community Development Strategy and the East African Customs Bond. How would we launch it?
Declare. You can declare.
We launch it. So now, Secretary General, do something else.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. We are just bringing up the dummy development strategy for your signatures. I request you assist with bringing it up. It is representative of our 7th development strategy, whose theme is focused on deepening integration. You can assist us with the video for the launch of the strategy. It's done, eh? Okay. Your Excellencies.
Don't waste time, we have done it, we have finished. I now invite their excellencies to make statements.
There's a customs bond first.
Where is it?
We need to launch the customs bond.
Where is it? Outside.
It's on screen.
Oh, okay. Just one moment. Where is the screen? What do we do?
Thank you, Chair. We request for your indulgence for two things. For the launch of the East Africa Customs Bond, which is a big milestone as was outlined earlier. That one does require video, so kindly please let us pull it up. And then the students who are being awarded by their excellencies for the essays, you'll be making your way here as the video is played. Do we have the video ready?
The EAC Customs Bond is a regionally
Can you increase the volume?
guarantee system that secures duties and taxes on goods in transit across the East African community. It allows traders to use a single customs bond / guarantee that is valid across all partner states, replacing the need for multiple national bonds when goods move through more than one country. Why was the EAC bond developed? 1. To support the operationalization of the Single Customs Territory, SCT, by supporting the unique processes in ACT. 2. To reduce the cost, complexity, and delays associated with cross-border trade. 3. To promote regional ownership of trade facilitation tools. And 4. To complement existing frameworks, such as the COMESA RCTG, offering a more integrated, flexible, and EAC-specific solution.
We agree with the bond.
How does it work? Step 1.
We agree with the bond.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the efficiency. We now ask the students who are being awarded to approach here. Your Excellencies, as part of EAC integration, we do not leave behind the youth. So every year there is an annual essay competition, and this year we have 6 students to be awarded.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, and I will read. Your Excellencies, in this session we present to you the winners of the 2024 EAC Essay Writing Competition. The essay competition has been undertaken by the EAC annually since 2004, when it was introduced by the Summit. It is part of the wider EAC outreach program aimed at enhancing the awareness of school-going population on the developments in the EAC integration. Secondary school students from the EAC partner states are presented with a topic on contemporary issues in the community, on which they develop essays between 1,000 to 1,500 words in either English, French, or Kiswahili languages. Your Excellencies, the essays have gone through national and regional adjudication. Okay. I will go to the names. The 6th, in position 6, is Shemezimana Nadine. That's number 6. That is from Republic of Burundi. At position 5 is Katerega Ronald from Republic of Uganda. At position 4 is Blandina Kamili Kabalemesa from United Republic of Tanzania. At position 3 is Harriet Alon George from the Republic of South Sudan. At position 2 is Kingsley White Sifuna from the Republic of Kenya. And the winner is Atete Kagorora from the Republic of Rwanda.
Your Excellency, we're finished. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Chairperson. We have teachers who came with these students. If you're in the audience, please stand up for recognition and a round of applause to you. The teachers, please stand up. Kindly wave to us. Congratulations. The success of your students is your success as well. Thank you very much. Congratulations, SA Award winners of 2024. You can now take your seats. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies,
Your Excellencies, the last item will be to read the communique of today's meeting.
Your Excellencies, I wish to move that the communique be, you want to read it? I will now invite the Secretary General to present the draft communique to the Excellencies.
Their Excellencies have guided me that I read the communique before they do their statements. The East African Community Heads of State, Their Excellencies William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi, Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, Right Honorable Justine Nsengiyumva, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, representing His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, Honorable Mande Semaya Kumba, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, representing His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, Honorable Floribert Anzuluni, Minister of Regional Integration, representing His Excellency Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, held the 5th Ordinary Summit of the East African Community Heads of State on the 7th of March 2026 in Arusha in the United Republic of Tanzania. The heads of state met in a warm and cordial atmosphere. The summit received a progress report on the implementation of the previous decisions relating to the EAC-led Nairobi process on the restoration of peace in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, and A, took note of the progress made in restoring peace and stability in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. B, commended His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, CGH, President of the Republic of Kenya and Chairperson of the East African Community, for steering the implementation of the decisions of the summit relating to the peace and security situation in Eastern DRC and coordination of the process. C, called on all parties to the conflict to cease hostilities and observe immediate ceasefire while recommitting to peaceful resolution of their differences. D, urge the African Union to provide requisite financial and logistical resources to the AU-led mediation process on Eastern DRC to ensure expeditious and sustainable engagement of the process till conclusion. E, took note of the efforts of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, under the International Conference of the Great Lakes Region, and agreed that all initiatives and recommendations arising under the ICGLR should be channeled through the African Union. Number 3, received the report of the Council of Ministers for the period 30th November 2024 to 31st December 2025 and commended the Council for the progress made in implementing the programs and projects of the community, and A, vacated their decision of the 23rd meeting of the summit adopting a sustainable financing of the East African community on 65% equal contribution and 35% assessed contributions financing formula, and adopted a new financing formula for the community of 50% equal partner contribution and 50% assessed contributions, and directed the partner states to implement the formula with effect from 1st July 2026 without fail and without further consultations by the Council of Ministers. B, decided to waive as a one-off 50% of all arrears due to all partner states due to the prevailing circumstances in all partner states, on the condition that the 50% is paid within 2 years from 7th of March 2026. C, directed the Council to finalize the schedule of sanctions, taking into account the new financing formula adopted by the summit, and report to the 26th meeting of the summit. D, directed the partner states and the Council to resolve all outstanding reported non-tariff barriers to trade within the community by 30th June 2026. Directed the Council to conclude the Joint Action Plan on Strengthening Trade Relations arising from the meeting of EAC organs and institutions, partner states, private sector of partner states and their governing bodies or associations, and report to the 26th meeting of the summit. F, directed Roman 1, the Republic of South Sudan to conclude domestication of the treaty to facilitate effective implementation of programs and activities of the community. Roman 2, the Federal Republic of Somalia and the Democratic Republic of the Congo to fast-track domestication of the treaty to facilitate effective implementation of programs and activities of the community. Roman 3, the Council to conclude negotiations on the roadmap for integration of the Democratic Republic of the Congo into the community before 30th June 2026. Roman 4, the Council to fast-track implementation of the roadmaps for integration of Republic of South Sudan, Federal Republic of Somalia, and the Democratic Republic of Congo into the community. And Roman 5, the Republic of Rwanda, the Republic of South Sudan, the United Republic of Tanzania, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and the Federal Republic of Somalia to conclude national consultations on the EAC Political Confederation Constitution by 30th June 2026. Number 4, decided that the quorum for meetings of all organs and institutions of the community shall be 2/3 of all partner states, and directed partner states, Council, and Secretariat to implement this decision without further consultations. Number 5, decided that nominations for positions of Speaker, Judge President, Secretary General, and Deputy Secretaries General shall be in accordance to Article 8 of the treaty and shall be based on the following: Roman 1, ratification of all community legal instruments. Roman 2, domestication of the treaty. And Roman 3, full implementation of the roadmap for the integration of a partner state. Number 6, decided that the members of the East Africa Legislative Assembly serving in the community should be paid by their respective national assemblies with effect from the December 2027 after the end of the tenure of the current assembly. Number 7, received the report from the Secretary General on the management and operations of the organs and institutions of the community and decided to increase the remuneration of the staff in the organs and institutions of the community by 2% with effect from January 2027. Number 8, the summit launched the 7th EAC Development Strategy 2026-27 to 2030-2031 and directed the Council and Secretariat to mobilize resources for its implementation. Number 9, the summit launched the EAC Customs Bond and directed the Council and partner states to roll out the EAC Customs Bond to facilitate trade. Number 10, the summit assented to A, the East African Community Appropriation Bill 2024, and B, the East African Community Statistics Bureau Bill. Number 11, the summit thanked Honorable Veronica Mweninduva for her dedicated service rendered to the community and wished her well in her future endeavors. Number 12, the summit appointed Ambassador Stephen Patrick Bundi from the United Republic of Tanzania as the new Secretary General of the community for a 5-year non-renewable term with effect from 25th April 2026. The summit, number 13, renewed the appointment of Honorable Andrea Arik Malueth as Deputy Secretary General Infrastructure, Productive, Social and Political Sectors with effect from 17th June 2026, and Ms. Annette Mtawe Semwemba as Deputy Secretary General, Customs, Trade and Monetary Affairs with effect from 1st August 2026. The summit appointed Justice Diejo Stephen Abraham, Mr. Abdiwahid Warsame Abdullahi, and Honorable Anne Atieno Amadi as judges to the First Instance Division of the East African Court of Justice with effect from 7th March 2026. Number 15, the heads of state congratulated and awarded certificates to the winners of the 2024 EAC Secondary Schools Essay Competition and commended them for their keen interest in the EAC integration process. Number 16, the summit commended His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, CGH, President of the Republic of Kenya, for his exemplary leadership during his tenure as the chairperson of the summit. Number 17, the summit decided that the Republic of Uganda will be the chairperson of the community, while the Republic of Rwanda will be the rapporteur. And finally, number 18, the heads of state thanked Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan and extended their gratitude for the warm and cordial hospitality accorded to them and their delegations during their stay in the United Republic of Tanzania. Their Excellencies appended their signatures to this communique dated 7th March 2026, Arusha, United Republic of Tanzania. I submit.
I thank the Secretary General for reading the communique, but before we adopt it, I want to invite their excellencies to make statements, starting with our host. Okay. So I now I now move that the communique be adopted. Your Excellencies, we have come to the close of the 25th meeting of the summit. I wish to thank our host, Her Excellency Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, for the hospitality extended to our delegations. And I wish all delegations safe travels back home. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. May we have the anthems, please? May we have the anthems, please? you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for gracing us with your presence at this 25th summit. Thank you, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, all protocol observed. We've come to the end of the event. We wish you journey masses back home. Thank you.
Delegates, please. Lunch is served. Lunch is served for those who can manage to have lunch, where we had